What's up? What's up? Beer delicious. How's it going, friendos? What's the crown and number 3 mean? The crown and number 3. What do you mean? The only reason you don't delete YouTube. Really? Are you having a tough time on YouTube? What's going on? How's life treating you? Life's okay. I'm just, I need to get my shit together. I'm a bit bored. And having a fucked up sleep schedule is like the number one way to never make any changes in your life. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to watch tonight. I got to go to sleep. Hope everything goes well. And your family, please, peace out, homie. Hey, thanks, Jim. Good to see you, dude. Oh, third in line for the crown. Oh. Is that me? I'm the vice president. What's up, Shell? Come work construction. That's a good point. Never mind, everything's perfect. But who knows, maybe construction's what I need. Get my ass on track. Hello from South Africa. Hello. Whereabouts in South Africa? Cape Town. Time for me to roam through the night and get food, then drive back home. That's what I like to hear. Those are the best nights. Anyone else in the snowstorm they're predicting this weekend? In Tennessee, they're saying 12 inches, but I doubt that will actually happen. Yeah, I think it's supposed to be... It was snowing pretty bad today. Let's see. About 24-hour event is likely 6 inches or more, very likely across the region. And 6 inches is gargantuan. 12 inches currently looking likely much of the area. 18 inches possible, but decreasing. That'd be crazy. Get like 2 feet of snow. I saw they had like 8 feet of snow in parts of Russia, but the snow drifts were like going up to the top of some of their apartment buildings, which is crazy. You did roofing for 16 years, like 2 years. How was that? Was that hell on earth or was that fun? I just got off another stream. People were arguing about age gap dating. Yeah, it seems to be a contentious issue. For some. I'm in Michigan and not too bad, 2 to 4 inches. That's huge. Some would say that's incomprehensible. We haven't had any snow in Boise yet, which is insane. It sounds like the world's ending. We don't get snow in Johannesburg. My name is Raven. Oh, okay. Johannesburg is where the aliens landed. In that one alien movie with Peters, the director, or whatever his name is. Peter something. For Lord of the Rings. Section 8. What was it called? Section 8? Sector 8? I don't even fucking remember. It was supposed to be a good movie, and then it just kind of like was whatever. Imagine living in Europe prior to heater technology for thousands of years. They somehow managed to do it. Imagine living in Europe now where they don't let you use a fucking air conditioning. I think that's like the most fucking weird thing You literally have the technology to cool yourselves off in the summertime. Oh yeah, District 9, that's right. Section 8 housing. I'm generally shocked Washington State hasn't had snow yet near Canada. Like, come on, bro. Isn't it kind of weird up in that area where you can kind of get like a little bit of those warmer streams of wind? Yeah, Peter Jackson, sorry. Got that one. Peter Dinklage, the director. Anyone see the Yellow Brick Road movie in February? I got tickets. Yeah, nice. Thanks for going to that. I mean, Dane is going to be really appreciative of everybody showing support, so thank you guys for checking that out for him. Would you rather have no air or no heat? Yeah, I guess we could figure out the air. You just create some sort of like airflow from where you live, but I don't understand why you even have to choose in this modern day. Dude, this might be the best soundtrack I picked pre-stream yet. Can't use air conditioning. I just heard in parts of Europe and like in the UK there's like limitations on like AC. And then even weirder, I remember seeing some buildings that had like, I don't know if it was government buildings, but they had like blocks on how far you could pull the window open. It was just, I don't even know. Maybe because it was a government building and they don't want people jumping out of there on their dime. We need AC here. It gets over 120 during the summer. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. It never snows in Texas. I'm hoping there'll be ice at least. You're missing out. Making snow people. You should do a collab with Snook. He has some pretty gas content. Yeah, what's Snook? I feel like I've seen his stuff. I haven't collabed in I don't know how long. Oh yeah, I've seen his channel, I think, pop up. Horrifying internet rabbit holes, terrifying confession threads, unexplainable true 4chan threads. Yeah, these are good. I think I've listened to some of these. Snook. Snooky. I will be doing a collab related to like alien abductions here soon. So you can look forward to that. It honestly should be a good episode because the person doing who I'm collabing with, like his whole focus of his channel is like sleep. So it's like all about like ufology and that kind of thing. I think I talked to you guys about it before. I was living with a neighbor from hell for a whole year. He moved out in October. I'm about to have a collab with turkey sandwich. Hell yeah. Extra mayo. Wart. Anyways, what's new, guys? Anything cool going on the internet? Whatever, collab with Mr. Nightmare. Yeah, I think that'd be great. I honestly, yeah, I don't know. I don't know even how you get a hold of Mr. Nightmare for something like that. I would give him money out of my pocket to do a little, even if it's just one collaboration. I want enough snow to have a shovel out of my house. Oh, shovel the snow out of your house. That'd be insane. We're getting Lorna Shore and Mountain, so excited. What's that? Ted Cruz fled Texas. Recently, or was that during the power outage? I do remember that. He went on like a vacation. Mr. Nightmare been slipping lately, not gonna lie. Really? I thought he was putting out like more content than normal. Let's take a look. Let's go do a content cop with Mr. Knight Merrington. Alright, he's under arrest. It puts out a lot of members only content, which is pretty cool. Is that like eventually become like a normal video? Dude, I don't know what. This is such a good I need to like save this. Yeah. my thoughts on going to the gun range. Yeah, I mean, if you own a firearm, I think you should know how to use it, and, you know, there's really no other better place to go than learning at the range. Get your practice in or whatever. Let's not talk about politics today. It's up to you guys. Do I golf? I golf from time to time. I'm not very good. It's one of those sports that I wish I would have, like, put more time into. I remember my dad tried to take me and I just fucking hated it. But at the same time, I was also like 4 years old, right? So like, why the fuck would I be? Why would a 4-year-old be into golf? I just remember everything my dad ever took me to, he was always just like low-key pissed about it. You know what I mean? So, do I fish for bass? No, I haven't been fishing in a while. I like fishing. I don't know. Maybe that's what's going to connect me back to. Because it seems like those kinds of things, like golfing, fishing, hunting, you see those people and they do it, you know, they do it until they're like dead. And I'm like, it must be a pretty cool thing to be able to do it for your entire life, you know? I don't mind the politics. I like this side of the YouTube. It's whatever. I mean, what are we going to do? You talk about politics and it amounts to essentially nothing anyways. You just kind of talk yourselves in circles. They, you know, set up the next thing and then you talk about that thing. And I discovered you through the Twisted History podcast. So mad it was canceled. I'm glad you have your own platform. You're awesome. Thanks, friend. Yeah, it was a fun project while it lasted, but it's all good. We'll be here from now on making fire content. But yeah, we're gonna read scary stories from Neighbors from Hell. It's a long one. We'll see how far we can make it through. Oh, dude, what the fuck? Every track on this fucking thing is so good. What the fuck? I'll link it for you guys. Okay, sorry. God damn, that was good though. I had to bookmark that for later. I'll listen to it. Anyways. Welcome to the spooky thing. We're gonna make you scared, man. You're gonna be pissing and shit in your pants. Finally made it live, loving the fire content. Don't drink probiotic drinks. If so, what's your go-to probiotic drink? Oh, you know, I guess I don't drink anything in particular. Sometimes I'll have apple cider vinegar and like water, but I recently bought these things called Grun. It's like GRU with an umlaut, NE, and it's just like gummy bears that have, it's basically like that green shit that you saw everywhere on like, you know, every podcaster's, you know, platform that they promoted the green stuff, but in the form of like gummy bears. And apparently that's got some good shit in it, so I don't know. Viewer beware, you're in for a boomba-clot. Alright. Let's get focused, let's get comfy, cozy. Have you guys been playing any video games lately? I played that Big Hop. It's pretty good. It's not like groundbreaking, but I would say honestly it's like a very interesting mix between like Zelda and Mario. It's not like non-stop the way new Marios are, but it's definitely fun. Do they make you put ads in the Spotify platform? Yeah, they do. What would a Joel out? What would a Joel out in the wild do for fun? Always wondered for horror story creators, because all I see you guys doing is opera. What's opera? I mean, for fun, I just hang out with friends and shit and do whatever they're doing. I need to do more fun stuff. I wish I was a more exciting person and not so much of a nose to the grindstone doing the same thing day in and day out type stuff. Like, I sometimes find I'm relatively disappointed in myself in the fact that I don't do more like things that with what I'm given, you know what I mean? But I don't know. I bought the new Jurassic Park game, but haven't had a chance to play it. There's a new Jurassic Park. Oh, the RTS, right? Yeah, I heard those. That's the third one in the series, isn't it? Because the previous two were some pretty big successes. Joel is a single mom who works 2 jobs, who loves her kid and never stops. Pradeep is a survivor. He truly is, isn't he? Hey, Crime Girl, what's up, dude? How's your videos doing? Used to have a nightmare neighbor that asked for such weird things. Crutches, tampons, cigarette butts. Not cigarettes, just the butts. Weird guy. He was collecting your DNA, trying to make a clone of you. All right. So many years ago, my parents lived in the house that I grew up in as a child. The neighbors, Mr. and Mrs. Norse, stuck out to me as a kid, as a regiment. Okay, you know what we're going to do? Right out the gate, we're going to go to the aerial. We're going to switch the text. We'll switch the formatting to 1.5 so I can actually read what I'm reading. And we're going to go down. Okay. What made you transfer to YouTube from being a nurse? I'm curious. It's like the medical field, as I'm interested in the field myself. It's really just like, the money, right? Everything that you do in life most of the time is motivated based on like how much additional time can you get from this, how much money do you make, etc. And it was just one of those things where I like begrudgingly put myself through nursing school, you know what I mean? Like every step of the way doing nursing school was an absolute fucking chore. It was hard. I didn't like the people that I was around. I didn't like the topics. I loosely enjoyed like health and fitness and that kind of thing, but like I didn't wake up every day like actively looking forward to like wipe an old person's asshole, you know what I mean? So, and then once I got into the field of it, I was just like, this is even more miserable, like with the people that I had to work with all the time. Patients weren't bad, even though they are a pain in the ass. But then overall, I would just say I'm, much more inclined towards just fucking not that, Do all your close friends know what you do, or do you tell them you're an international banker? Yeah, I work for the Rothschild family. No, they all know what I do. And it's kind of funny, nobody really gives a shit, They're just like, oh, cool. That's sweet, dude. Can I have money? No, I'm just kidding. I contacted my friend about a small voice role if you're interested. It's a minor character as you voice a divorced single parent. You're experiencing hallucinations. What's it for? Is it for like a game, or what is it for? Like an animation? Did you ever think of becoming a physical trainer? I see what it's like all the time, having like ran it, owned a gym. Now I go to like a commercial gym to work out, and I see what they go through. And being a physical trainer is cool, but it's like you really have to be that type of person to basically you have to be like a car salesman. Like you need to know how to walk up to any person at any time, know how to talk to them, know what they need, and then sell them, what you have to offer them, which is like how to get them into better shape or work them out or whatever. Be the abusive coach. Yeah, I'll have a bamboo stick. I'll beat the shit out of all my clients. Didn't know if it was for the monetary gain or not. Hey, well, at least you found your passion. It's for the long haul, I see. Yeah, honestly, obviously, like nursing, if you're going down the nursing route, it's a good job. Like you're gonna be able to afford Netflix and groceries and take care of your kids and all that kind of stuff in a house, hopefully. Might be a little bit outside of the city, but you know the deal. Yeah. My dad's about to hit retirement as an occupational physician who's been miserable being a doctor since like the 1990s. Damn, yeah. That's so sad, you know, being miserable for such a long, extended period of time. But at the end of the day, at least he's got you. You know, he's got his family and stuff to lean on and stuff. So many years ago, my parents still lived in the house that I grew up in as a child. The neighbors, Mr. and Mrs. Morse, stuck out to me as a kid as a regimental, stern couple. Now, Mr. Morris was the type of man you can only describe as blustering, and Mrs. Morris was sort of like a human square, with a bowl haircut and a mustache almost as bushy as her husband. Now, if this sounds like being uncharitable to them, hell yeah, I definitely am, and you'll hate these two by the end of the story as well. Unless you're a psychopath, in which case, may I suggest that you live in a cabin in the woods without neighbors. Now, the Morrises were sort of friendly. With my parents, The Morrises were very stern friendly. With my parents, while me and my siblings grew up... What the fuck is this saying? The Morrises were sternly friendly with my parents while me and my siblings grew up. Okay, that's one sentence. Okay. It's so fucking hard to find a flow anymore. It's so annoying. Your sister's a nurse. She owns a place that does cosmetic injections. She makes money. Dude, that's dope, yeah. You should tell her to look into, like, peptides, because I think you only need to have, like, a nurse practitioner there or, like, a doctor to prescribe it, and they make a fuck ton of money, like the hormone clinics and shit. I made a point to come early because Joel complained about how I'm not punctual, and now I gotta get to the grocery store. Oh my god. It's good. You've made it. You can check in. What's up, Justin? Yeah, I'm a little early today. It's gonna be a long one. The Morrises were very sternly friendly with my parents, while me and my sister... Damn it, dude. I don't know. The Morrises were sternly friendly while my... Dude, I don't know. I don't fucking know. The Morrises were sternly friendly with my parents while me and my siblings grew up. Why is that even, like, remotely... The Morrises were sternly friendly with my parents while me and my siblings grew up. They had this... Fucking Christ. They had this son, August, who was in the Scouts with my elderly brother, Barry, and he was sort of like a mini version of his father. Bossy, always demanding to be the leader of the activities, and would become quietly red-faced angry if things didn't go his way. Us kids in the neighborhood had a nickname behind his back, and that of a certain Austrian dictator that I don't think you're allowed to say on YouTube, but let's just say that he's someone that you will not see very often. Now anyway, the son isn't the point here. He was sent off to military boarding school at some point during high school, and the wild thing is that he bragged about asking to be sent there. And so we just grew up around the Morrises, who were pretty stern but polite and mostly just sort of kept to themselves. Occasionally they'd complain if our music was too loud or if we had a barbecue that ran past 9 p.m. And if any of mine or my siblings' balls went into the neighbor's garden or over the boundary hedge, well, you could kiss that goodbye. They would return it, but they would puncture it. My dad asked them why they did this one time, and they claimed that the balls always hit a sharp object in their yard and there was nothing that they could do about it. Now, what, was their garden made of some spiked pit or something? Dude, I don't know. I, like, see what they're trying to do, but it's so fucking hard to, like, pick up on it on the fly, you know what I mean? Like, these, you know what I mean? Like, when people write, they do these, like, quick asides. Like, this is, like, a quick aside. What? Was the garden made of spiked pits? Or, like, it's just... It's, like, almost like borderline dialogue, and it's, like, so hard to predict. Good night, Joe. I've been up for 28 hours straight. I just came to say hi and good night. I'm sleeping. Hey, no worries, Amber. Good to see you. Thank you, thank you. No, it's... I don't know. Alright, Pomic, you're taking the mic. You read. It would actually be sick if I could just hand the mic to somebody else to read and and then my voice would come out of their mouth for a little while. My dad asked them why they did this once, and they claimed that the balls always hit some sharp object in their garden, and there was nothing they could do about it. What, was their garden made of spiked pits or something? Now, eventually my brother Barry moved out for college, and then a couple of years later so did I, and then a couple of years after that, Andy moved out to go traveling. And that just left my parents and our much, much younger sibling Sammy, who was only 10 when I was 20. Now one day, my mom FaceTimed me in tears telling me that they were being taken to court by the Morrises. And when I got her to calm down and Dad joined the call, they explained that they'd received a legal letter from the neighbors explaining that our boundary hedge had been encroaching on their land for years, and that my family owed them over $400,000 in reparations for lost revenue for use of the land as expansion for an unspecified business. Now, the reason they called me first was because I was studying law at the time. Immediately, this rang a million alarm bells in my head, and I asked them what distance the hedge was supposedly encroaching on the neighbor's land, and they very meekly told me 1 inch. And I asked them to scan the letter and send it over. I did some research, called a few friends, and discovered that, much as I suspected, the law firm representing the Morrises not only was not reputable, but in fact, entirely imaginary. The Morrises had invented their own law firm and sent a fake threatening letter. And my biggest confusion was why. It was obvious that my parents wouldn't just pay $400,000 without seeking legal counsel. And the answer came a couple of days later when a second letter from the fraudulent law firm arrived. They presented an offer that the bill would be dropped if my parents would agree to shift the boundary hedge 10 feet back, granting a much larger boundary to the neighbors as a sort of cost-free compensation to avoid any monetary demands. Now, this was something like knowing... my parents, if they didn't have... Oh, okay. What's up, Sky? Narrative's always on point. Thank you. It's always neighbors from hell, but never heaven. I'm gonna email you about more info. I don't know if you saw my other comments. It's for a horror game. I know the devs personally, and they actually made 4 games on Steam that rated 4.0 and another 4.5. That's dope. Yeah. Yeah, let me know. I'd be more than happy to... I think it would be so much fun to be in like a game or an animation or something like that, you know? So, yeah, let me... Wait, did you already... Oh, you're going to email. Okay, sweet. We should do a video on how we're all being monitored and how none of us are hidden for Saturn, so if you make it philosophical, kind of fucks with people in a spooky way, even the hikikomori people. You should do a video on how we're all being monitored and how none of us are hidden. You mean like from technology, or what specifically are you referring to? Because I know what you mean, like in the NSA sense, but what are you looking at? The story is an encroaching on my feeble mind. What was the most scary game or show or movie you've ever experienced? I mean, I definitely still feel like The Ring was like one of the scariest I watched as a kid. There was something about that really fucked with me. Scariest games, I mean, whenever they first introduced, Amnesia, The Dark Descent, where you would have to run away from everything, that was definitely very terrifying. But now, I don't really know. My biggest fear? My biggest fear probably is like sharks, or basically just getting eaten alive, like either jumped on by a grizzly bear. Like I've seen, there's this one dude, he has like a prosthetic like chin pretty much, because like a grizzly bear latched its mouth onto his jaw and then like ripped his jaw, like bottom of his mouth off. And now he kind of looks like a ventriloquist dummy. Not to be mean to him, but it's just like sad. I don't know. They are terrifyingly large for, black bears and all that, for just eating like berries and shit. I mean, I guess grizzlies eat all sorts of stuff. Neighbors from hell, this would be very good. My neighbors had a rooster calling day and night. We complained to the authorities for... Yeah, don't they go to bed at night? I guess not, right? Just non-stop scrawling. You had to release coyotes into their yard to help with things. You're scared of heights. I feel vertigo if I think about a time when I was high off the ground. That's crazy. Yeah, fucking bears, spiders. I mean, I'll deal with spiders, but most likely they're gonna end up dead. Bayano, welcome back for 39 months. Yo, Joel, just popping in to remind you how much myself and the Buttersockers love you. Also, loving your second show, Saturn's Hole Troll. Thank you, bro. Thank you. Yeah, the last video didn't do very well. I thought it was going to do pretty good. It seemed like nobody was interested in it, the one about the flight going down, but you live and you learn. You keep going. Look up coconut crabs, they'll rip you to pieces. Yeah, but don't they do that after you're dead? Amelia Earhart style. Amelia Dale Earnhardt style. Unless if they, yeah, do they outnumber you and they just kill you? What's up, Lemon? The crabs smell a drop of blood for a mile and they bum rush. Really? But like, they would just crabs, like coconut crabs, just walk up to you in your house and just start killing you? I've never heard that before. Komodo dragons. Oh god, those are scary. Now, this was something that, knowing my parents, if they didn't have a daughter who was a lawyer in training, they may have agreed to. Now, this was something that, knowing my parents, if they didn't have a daughter who was a lawyer in training, they may have agreed to just... God fucking damn it. They may have agreed to just for a quiet life. Did I have a fun week? I have no idea, man. My mom was telling me about coconut crabs in Japan. Are they worse there? What's up, Lux? Now, this was something that, knowing my parents, if they didn't have a daughter who was a lawyer in training, they may have agreed to that just for a quiet life. Now, I worked it out using some land blueprints and contacted the relevant offices and discovered that the Morrises had applied for an extension to their house and purchased a prefab guest house, but both projects would require them to encroach into my parents' land. And so at the time, I happened to be dating an older guy, who's now my husband, who worked for a law firm specializing in this kind of thing. And he did some digging and checked out some old records, and it turned out that the boundary hedge was in fact around a foot into my parents' property, meaning if anything, the Morrises had been encroaching on our land this entire time. My boyfriend drafted an actual legitimate legal document stating this with the relevant proof, and the letter ended with a confirmation that my family was simply letting things be as long as the Morrises did the same to avoid any kind of escalation. We hoped that being caught red-handed would cause these fools to drop their lies. Clearly, we underestimated just how badly they wanted their extension, or how much money they dropped on this back garden prefab, presumably non-refundable. However, their next move didn't take the form of fake lawyers or legal threats at all. Instead, my parents started receiving notes written like ransom letters, with the letters cut out of various magazines. I'm not joking. They made strange, bizarre threats, such as a promise to kill our pet miniature donkey, something we never even owned, and another letter threatened to poison the koi in our pond. We don't have a pond or koi, and the letters were so ridiculous that my parents just kept copies but didn't report them. I'm a projection on your wall. Let's go, dude. Hello, hello, hello. I wish there was some degree of interactivity. I could like press a button on the stream and make it ripple. What kind of extension is this neighbor trying to do? Shouldn't they need permits for most of that? Yeah, you would think so. But it's only like, yeah, I have no fucking clue. They eat fruits some more delicate and buttery than traditional crab or lobster. Oh, okay. So like Coconut crabs are literally just into coconuts. Not human head crabs. Oh, you mean their meat. Oh, right. Interesting. The letters were so ridiculous that my parents kept copies, but didn't report them to the police, not at first. But then they became threatening. My parents wouldn't show me the notes directly, but they let slip that the notes names myself and my brothers. And then finally, a note arrived promising that Sammy would never arrive home from school one day when they least expected it, which is when they finally went to the cops. And of course, the cops couldn't prove that the notes came from the Morrises. This harassment went on for 5 years. Acts of petty vandalism, weird pieces of graffiti on the walls of the house, hose pipes that were clipped in the middle of the night with the faucet running so the garden actually flooded, with dead birds and roadkill. Fucking shit. A day in the life of a coconut crab. Just waiting for Amelia to crash. What's up, tea time? Yeah, I don't even know. What do you guys think, like, the best way to get your sleep schedule normal is? Do you have to... I've done it before, but then it's just like, I don't know, everybody... It's like so many other people I know are just like late night degenerates. So it's like you just end up getting pulled back into that, like, oh, I got the night to chill, let's just game, and then it's fucking like 6 a.m. and shit. Look at the mud crabs the same way. I'm doing a new one of my friend of mine's best friend from childhood who was murdered at 11. I'll let you know when it's done. Man, I'm sorry to hear that. Jensen. Legma. What are you doing, Jenny San? What if they bought the guest house on Temu and that's why they can't return it because shipping would be insane? That would be nuts. Force yourself to sleep / stay awake at certain times. Yeah, would I just like stay up the entire night into tomorrow? Would that even help, or you just try to go to bed earlier and earlier? Weed. Hoses were clipped in the middle of the night with the faucet running so the yard flooded, dead birds and roadkill being left on the doorstep, and the Morrises, these clever idiots, obviously made themselves the victims of their own harassment too, so suspicion didn't fall on them. And then the fire started. Just small, contained fires in the backyard that scorched the lawn. Another classic was that the Morrises would play classical music at full volume at 3:33 a.m. in the morning every single Wednesday. And when it was time for Sammy's exams, they escalated it to every day. And my parents filed. Your doctor put you on a low dose of antipsychotic medication for insomnia. That's why I haven't been in the stream for a while. Hey, no worries. I'm sorry that you're not getting much sleep. Sleep is the best. I could tell you how to further ruin your sleep schedule, but I haven't figured out a good way to fix one. Isn't that weird? It's so easy in life to like make things bad, but it's so hard to like... It's like you're walking a tightrope to keep it good. I guess that's not really true, but... I try my best to sleep early. Either listen to melody, sleep beats, listen to you, or other scary videos till I fall asleep. Yeah. It is truly a great feeling to wake up in the morning and it's a normal hour. You could tell your wife to take the 5 kids so you can get doing... Yeah, that's true. If my wife could take all 5 of our children and just divorce me and leave me, that would make life way easier, honestly. I do actually wonder that sometimes about divorced people. Like if in like a weird way they're almost like stoked about it because they're like, oh, it's sweet. The kid's over there, so these are the days that I can catch up on sleep. And then I'll take them these days, you know what I mean? I descend from the Night Watchers. That must be it, yeah. My parents filed noise complaints, but the Morrises denied any involvement and, in fact, claimed that they hated classical music. And when investigators were there, somehow they mysteriously managed to know, and the music didn't play on those nights. My eldest brother moved home, and My eldest brother moved home, and in no uncertain terms threatened the Morrises. The C words had the gall to call the cops on him, and this further undermined our claims against them. They went so far as to try and suggest that my brother was the one committing the vandalism, despite the fact that he'd been living in a totally different state during most of the incidents and had an alibi for most of it. Now Sammy, meanwhile, was becoming an absolute wreck, and we all felt so hopeless, and it felt like the whole world was against us. In the end, the entire family got together for a family meeting, and we very tearfully decided that the only recourse that we had was to move out of our family home that had been in the family since my mom's childhood. And that's what we did. We put the sail... My kids are grown up now, but I was divorced when they were little. I love them, but I did not complain on the weekends. They were at their mom's. Yeah, do you feel like... I don't even know. What is it? I don't know. I don't even know what to ask. Is that like the best possible outcome for one's life is to like get married and have the kids? Is that like 100% have to happen? Facts, a friend divorced his wife a couple of years back, but he was making payments on the car he got her. He was stoked when he totaled it earlier this month. He says he's finally free. Yeah, Jesus Christ, man. Whoops. It's like just that idea that something you could do for yourself to make you happy could put you in a position where you're just like not, where you don't even feel free. Like that's so psycho. What's up, Iris? And Ghosty BB, welcome to the Buttersaw Call. You now have access to bonus content. Getting a divorce sounds like it can be on the to-do list, yeah. Seems like everybody eventually goes through it. 50% greater rate of occurring. What's up, Anna? How you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. You want to get divorced just for the lore? Yeah. Just so you have a reason to go to the bar. Sharon, thank you for the 10. Thank you. Very kind. Not 100%. Some people are very happy never having kids. Others are happy having children, never getting married like me. That's true. Yeah, you can just have the kids, not get married, not worry about any of that. Easy peasy. What if your wives saw you saying wished you were divorced? What if, man? They would expedite the process. Absolutely not my opinion. Technically, my daughter was my stepdaughter, but I adopted her. My ex-wife and I only got married because she was pregnant with my son. Big mistake. I see, yeah. It's tough. Life is strange. Like, sometimes you get hit with a certain point in your life where you're like, all right, hold on. Let's just reset. Let's do it over again. I'm about to go through a divorce. Just left my abusive husband and pressing charges. I'm sorry to hear that. I started my divorce at 23 years old. Finally got it at 25 years old. I got some divorce lore for sure. Yeah, what happened with that? Like, what made you love them, and then what made you fall out of love with them? Marriage is just a government institution designed to transfer property to designated heirs. That makes sense. Yeah, I mean, there were certain purposes in the past for it, at least its origin, right? Like if you imagine us as just like monkeys having sex and trading fruit or whatever, something about that makes a lot more sense to me. Patrick Senhauer, or Eisenhower, thank you for the 5. Thank you, Patrick. And Sharon, thank you for the 5 gifters to Dick Snatch. What's this one? As the News Titans. Oh, As the News Titans. Sorry. YouTube needs to change their fucking usernames back, the bastards. Holy shit. SimVenture77, not Jackie Chan, and Miss Chris. Welcome, friends. Be sure to thank Sharon for that one. Well, you either get divorced or one of you dies. Successful marriage. There it is. Didn't have to go to court. We worked out a custody agreement that benefited us both. Now our kid is all grown up. Interesting, yeah. Baby's doing great. I wish I could show y'all how adorable she is. Oh, that's cute. What's up, Chandra? It's funny when people think marriage is a bigger commitment than having kids. Who fucking knows, man? It seems like everybody's always usually pretty positive towards their children, you know? It's unfortunate that we can't maintain that degree of, like, connection to the spouse or whatever. Statistically, that is. Guten Abend. He was super sweet and love-bombed the hell out of me at the beginning, and as soon as we were married, he told me it was lock and key and completely changed. Abusive to me and the kids, serial cheat. Oh, a cheater, too. That's crazy. Just got home to visit my husband in the hospital. Please send some prayers. Will do, Christine. Sorry to hear that. Tried to unalive me multiple times and another person one time. Jeez. UT News let me access the UHD movies I purchased years ago. They only give me a 480p now, and I have to switch my account because this is a brand account. That's weird. Yeah, like you can't buy things on a brand account or something. My son's mom and I are very close. He's 21 now. We started early and it didn't work. We never went to court. We communicated and made it work. It's a blessing. Joel, since you were the top male nurse in the country, do you think the weight of what you saw back in those days is what keeps you up? No, dude. I don't give a shit about any of that. It's just I've always stayed up late. I've always worked at bars, and then I worked night shift for years, and then, it just kind of goes that way where I just, like, stay up late, even though I don't want to. Even though I really, really love when the sun, you're up before the sun comes up, and you feel, because it'd be sick if right now this was 10 a.m., instead of 10 fucking p.m. Ready for the snowstorm this weekend. Seems like it was snowing today. I wonder how bad it's gonna get. So that's what we did. We put the house up for sale. My parents accepted the first offer they received, and they moved into a smaller house that, realistically, was more manageable for them, especially once Sammy went away to college. There's no happy ending here, really, at least not for us. The lesson is simply that sometimes it's better to walk away than let your entire life be taken up with fighting the fight, even if it's just. The lesson is simply that sometimes it's better to walk away than let your entire life be taken up with fighting the fight, even if it is a just and good one. There is an ending, though, but I can't say it's a good one, and as much as I hated the Morrises for what they put us through, I wouldn't wish this on anyone. Remember their son, who willingly went to military school and we nicknamed that Austrian painter? Well, it turns out that Augie had been thrown out of military school, then dishonorably discharged from the military, all without his parents' knowledge. He'd fallen into drugs and violence, and one day, he came home. Augie held his parents at gunpoint with a sawed-off shotgun, zip-tied them back-to-back to dining chairs, and then he and a couple of associates robbed the Morrises of every valuable they could get their hands on, and then, as a parting gift, with the butt of that sawed-off, he shattered both of his father's kneecaps. Nobody knows what caused Augie to hate his parents so much. It's probably not hard to guess from listening to what I said, but when he was caught, he kept... Revenge upon thine parents. Catching my second live stream. How's everyone going? Good to see you, McNasty. How you doing? We're just recording Neighbors from Heck. How old am I? I'm 35. You're built for the shadows, dog. That's okay, me too. Yeah, are you a night person? Were you a night person when you were in, like, traveling and stuff? I grew up in Alaska, and the sun basically never goes down in the summer. It's pretty neato. Yeah, that'd be wild. It's just in the summertime, though. This weather's screwing me. Can't fix my car when it's dumping snow or like 10 degrees Fahrenheit out. Blown power steering lines, driving job, been down for like 2 weeks. Oh god, yeah. Who I got on the Super Bowl though? Who do I have on the Super Bowl? NFL playoff picture. Dude, I can't fucking stand that there's not just like a live updating fucking bracket. Alright, so it's Broncos Patriots, January 25th, so 4 days from now. Seahawks Rams, January 25th. So I'm thinking it's probably going to be, I don't know. I'd be cheering for the Seahawks to go. That'd be nice to see it. Honestly, that's kind of who I'm thinking. Seahawks, and I guess Patriots, because Broncos lost Bo Nix from that ankle injury or whatever. So, even though you know for a fact that if the Rams and the Patriots go, all they're going to talk about is like, look at the age discrepancy of Matthew Stafford and the guy from the Patriots. The guy from the Patriots was in diapers whenever Matthew Stafford was fucking jerking off or whatever. You know, it's like, Jesus Christ. McNasty, welcome to the Butterscotch Cult. You now have access to bonus content as well as 42 what's it say? SLR Tibart Fast. Slartibart Fast. Welcome to the Butterscotch. No, Matthew Stafford going to win MVP this year. Watch. Yeah, that's fair. I wouldn't be surprised. He might, because, I mean, there was some games where people... Remember that one game where he had, like, 4 interceptions in a row? And it seemed almost, like, weird. You know what I mean? I'm a baby? No, dude, I'm not a baby. I mean, I might shit my pants, but I'm not a fucking baby. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, Matthew Stafford might be so fucking good at being a quarterback that he can just throw 4 interceptions to, like, actively undercut whatever, like, Vegas betting odds are supposed to be on that day, right? Because I'm pretty sure the people that they beat, they were supposed to, like, stomp. And then he throws 4 interceptions. It just seems like, you know, knowing that it wouldn't kick them out of the playoffs or whatever, it's almost like a deal with the devil in some ways, you know what I mean? Yeah, Drake May. What's up, Moon? How we doing? Glageezy, love you too. Good to see you. It's probably not hard to guess, but when he was caught, he kept quiet. And he was caught a few days later as he admitted to what he'd done, but not why he'd done it. He was sent to prison for quite a few years, and Mrs. Morris died shortly after, poetically said to have died of a broken heart. Mr. Morris spent the rest of his years in a hospice, unable to walk, and also never uttered a single word again since that night. And so the new neighbors who bought our family home never had to deal with the neighbors from hell, and the whole story is a reminder of just how completely messed up and pointless the motivations of some people can be, how they can live with themselves when they all cause so much pain, and how when you cause pain to others, sometimes it returns to you tenfold. I don't know if I believe in karma, but in this case, I can't help but feel that no matter how much the Morrises screwed with my family, they got far more than they deserved, and I can only hope their son Augie can one day find some peace. You get what you fucking deserve. Just want to see how Bad Bunny finna go. I guarantee he's finna have some cameos. Wait. Bad Bunny, that's the... He's the one performing at the Super Bowl, right? Or whatever. Who even are any of these celebrities? Can we just make up another celebrity right now? Large Marvin. The Latina sensation, Large Marvin. Known across all of South America. Oh yeah, we already did it with Gail Gadot, that's right. I can't believe you. How could you do this to me? I thought you were my best friend. Unbelievable. I want to perform at the Super Bowl. I want to make my home nation of Israel proud. Or I mean America, or Minnesota, or whatever. They're going to have ice at the Super Bowl. They're going to pick them up there. Are there any artists you think should perform at the Super Bowl that also shouldn't be because of their personal lives? I don't give a shit. Honestly, the halftime shows ever since I was young, the only good halftime show ever was whenever, what's her name? Mariah Carey's tit fell out. Remember that? Or who was it? Janet Jackson. Yeah, Janet Jackson's boobie got ripped out. We need more of that. We need, like, I figured, people talk about the future being degenerate. How come we haven't reached the point of degeneracy to the extent that Super Bowl halftime shows aren't just completely naked at this point? Let's get on track, honestly, if we're being completely real with what we want for the future. They want a future that has no family values, exposes every innocent mind to disgusting oddities at all times. What better way to destroy a nation from within than naked Super Bowl dancers? Hello? Ratings will be off the chart. Mia Khalifa will be performing at the Super Bowl halftime show. You would say Chris Brown, but he might just be throwing... Dude, honestly, dude. Naked dancers and Chris Brown just beating the shit out of everyone. That's what America needs at this point to, boost morale. There will be endless Chris Brown beatings until morale is boosted. Long-time listener, first-time writers, they say, and this happened about a year ago, and holy F, I never thought something this messed up would happen to me and my family. So it all started when my parents, both recently retired, decided to use their part of their life savings to go away on a 6-month world cruise. Not really my jam, but they were psyched about it, and I was psyched for them. And even better, the lease on my apartment was up the week before they left, so I was free to house sit for them the entire time they were gone. This was a relief to my mom, who would have spent the whole cruise in a state of neurosis, calling me or my brother to check on the house every 5 minutes. And knowing that I was living there ironically meant that she wouldn't worry at all. Oh, Mother, if only you'd known. And the week before they left, as I moved my things into my old childhood bedroom ready for the next 6 months, my mom gave me the rundown of the house as I didn't grown up, as if I had. Hi, Joel. Nice to meet you. I'm Tron. Hey, Tron. What's up, buddy? Long time no snee. What do you think of the name Wicked Twick? It's a bit of a tongue twister, but I have no issue with it. Is it for something? Have you seen a Bella Danger all over socials because of my... Yeah. She's going there for her nursing degree. Oh, my God. There's no fucking way. There's no motherfucking way that a Bella Danger is going to get to nursing school, see the money that she could be making off of, OnlyFans or whatever other career, and just be like, yeah, let me waste my fucking time doing this shit. She'll be working, one shift in the ED, have to deal with, one stinky homeless person, and just immediately be like, okay, fuck that, I'm going to go show my butthole online for all of your salaries. There won't even be a goddamn choice in the matter. It would literally be more fiscally responsible for her to show her bush than to fucking give people diabetes medicine. I don't know, whatever. I don't really care what people do, though. I'm proud of her, honestly. She's a sweetheart. In the week before they left, as I moved my things into my old childhood bedroom ready for the next 6 months, my mom gave me the rundown of the house as if I hadn't grown up there. I barely paid attention to all the things that she was telling me. Yes, Mom, I know where the fridge is, I know the Wi-Fi password, I know how to use the TV. I know the guest room is filled with Aunt Joni's art while she's between husbands, and that I must not dispose of any of it. What I didn't know about, though, was the new neighbor. His name was Mr. Samuels, and he moved in a few months previously. If you believe my mom, Mr. Samuels was an angel sent from heaven, He was the loveliest, sweetest old person, Mom said, despite the fact that he was only... Bro, you already have everyone finna request her at nurse for happy ending. Yeah, it would be... I'd be checking myself in every night. Your voice sounds like ChatGPT core. Hello. What you just said was a really astute observation, something that many people have gone through, and I promise you, you're not the last. Don't you love that about ChatGPT? It's always like low-key cheering you on. It's like, listen, I know you're probably upset about finding out that your wife has been cheating on you with, well, her personal trainer, to say the least. But that's not something to get upset about. A lot of people go through with it. But hey, if you want to put a gun in her head, his head, and your own mouth, all in the same evening, we're not one to judge you. We just know that you're focused and you're ready to take action into your own hands. I'm calling the police. McNasty, thank you for the 2. God will judge us in the end, brother. True, man. What else can you do? I hate all the halftime performances, but Tom Petty was the best, hands down. No, yeah, dude, I feel like I took it for granted when it happened. It was fucking stressful, horrendous. I know the ponytail douche had at least one firearm and liked to collect bones of animals. Who are we talking about? One time I watched a bunch of plainclothes detectives rock up the house while the evil father was still breathing. I feel like here it is. A cop showed up at my place asking if I had seen her. I hadn't. I feel like I'm missing a lot of the context, sorry. Is everyone else's Alexa severely AI controlled now? Yeah, I do believe so. They updated it to AI. I don't think it's like... I think that's just the base update. So my uncle filmed this series for me and my brother when we were kids of these monsters and gave them all names and personalities. He's passed away now and I'm thinking about putting them online. What's it about? He was the loveliest, sweetest old person, Mom said, despite the fact that he was only a couple of years older than my dad. Now, he baked cakes for the neighbors, so I shouldn't be surprised if he dropped by with some muffins or maybe even some red velvet cake. I admit, I do like a good God damn it, man. I admit, I do like a good red velvet cake, so maybe Mr. Samuels was okay by me. Mr. Samuels had a nurse who came by every other day, so I didn't need to worry about him apparently. Not that I'd been planning to. Mom did enough worrying for the whole family. I didn't actually see Mr. Samuels before my parents left for their cruise because he was away staying with one of his kids. And so I bid my parents farewell at the docks, waving a handkerchief and sobbing like a wartime bride. Not really, but then headed back to the house, ready for 6 months of hardcore freelance art commissions and watching all the subscription services that my parents subscribed to and I didn't want to pay for. Mr. Samuels returned home a few days into my newfound home alone time. Damn it, man. I'm like good for a while and then I just like start to lose it, like wobbling on a fucking pogo stick or a scooter. Mr. Samuels returned home a few days into my newfound alone time, and imagine my absolute surprise when the gentle Mr. Rogers-esque fella that I pictured was absolutely nothing like that at all. Mr. Samuels may have been 75 years old, but he was the kind of 75 that looked ex-Navy SEAL, and in fact was, and who probably had a home gym, and he did, and he was a muscular, confidently spoken, weirdly charming man, and at first I wondered why he needed a regular nurse, and then when I first saw the nurse show up for his first appointment, I remember that my mother can be rather naive sometimes. Let's just say that she was the kind of nurse who This was me as a nurse. This was my old nursing job. Relieved old men of tension. Let's just say that she was the kind of nurse who is paid good money to relieve someone's tension via massage, and just leave it at that. But hey, the man was single, and just because he was old, it didn't mean that he had... But hey, the man was single, and just because he was old, it didn't mean that he had... What the fuck is I saying? God damn it. But hey, the man was single, and just because he was old, it didn't mean he had... It didn't... I think it didn't mean he didn't have needs. Jesus fuck. Please do a voice interpretation of Interview with the Vampire. Hello. I'm a vampire. What do you do for work? I don't do anything. I'm a vampire. I just suck. All I do is suck. It was basically humorous. They all obey the master known as Dead Master Twitch. He used different Halloween masks. It's something my brother and I are very passionate about. What? What the flirp? But hey, the man was single, and just because he was old, it didn't mean that he didn't have needs. And every other day at 75? Damn, I was almost in awe. No, he did actually bake a very good velvet... Dude, I've got, like, dyslexia. Hey, Maz, what's up? Now, he did bake a very good red velvet cake, and one of his first acts as a welcome gift was to bring a cake over and introduce himself. I'll admit, while he was charming, he also made my skin crawl. I'm a 32-year-old woman, and this 75-year-old man, who looked like he could easily overpower me without a moment's thought, was very clearly trying to rizz me up, as the kids say. And I usually hate the phrase undressing me with his eyes, but there was no better way to describe it here. And Mr. Samuels made no secret of it. He'd make remarks like Gladys never said her daughter was so ravishing, or how he'd wish he'd known my mom was she was... Jesus Christ. David, thank you for the $2.79, my friend. Appreciate you. Certain needs. My daughter's Alexa overheard something that was said and responded with, "You want to hear a fart?" Then Hella ripped one. Just everything. That's all they do every morning, and wake you up with fart noises. I work downtown in Chicago as a manager in a restaurant. It's called Velvet Taco. Nice. And Mr. Samuels made no secret of it. He'd make remarks like, Gladys never said her daughter was so cute, and how he wished he'd known my mom was... Dude, oh my god, why is it so hard to fucking find a flow here? Or how he wished he'd known my mom when she was my age, things like that. Jesus fuck. I'm honestly getting the Neuralink the second it's available. Once they're done with monkey testing and blowing up monkey brains, I'm fucking getting a Neuralink directly into my head. Streams will be over in an hour. And Mr. Samuels made no secret of it. He'd make remarks like, Gladys never said her daughter was so cute, or how he'd wish that he'd known my mom when she was my age, things like that. It would have been flattering if it wasn't so intense, and he wasn't quite so... I don't know how to describe it, but he had this aura where it was obvious that he wanted me to know that he could take me. And I've known guys like this since high school, but never once was he ever twice my age, and he was so much a silver fox as a white... And he wasn't so much a silver fox as a white wolf, and once I got that image in my head, I couldn't shake it. Thankfully, I didn't have many dealings with Mr. Samuels outside of him bringing over baked goods, And in the end, as much as it hurts me to have to do so, I ended up tossing them out because I was becoming paranoid that he might be slipping something into the baking. I'd watched an Instagram short about a predator who did some fairly gross stuff like that, and I got it inside my own head about it a little. Looking back, I am pretty grateful that I didn't risk it. And so after a month of catching up on art commissions and emailing editors begging for work, I began to go a little stir-crazy. Surprisingly, Mom didn't call anywhere near as much as I expected, and I found myself missing my goofy parents a lot. We had a few Zoom calls, but the internet on the cruise ship wasn't exactly reliable, and so half of the time it was like watching my folks in stop motion while Mom yelled, "What was that? What did you say, Sel?" over and over, as my name is Celeste, but she calls me Sel. I decided to surprise my parents by giving the house a little bit of a decluttering, or at least the parts that I knew that I was allowed to touch. Aunt Joni's paintings could stay, but I knew that the attic was an absolute crap show of disorganization. Plus, I figured that I'd find a bunch of fun childhood memories up there, and maybe some stuff that was worth a bit of money. I remember my brother having a bunch of old consoles and action figures that surely had to be worth something, and God knows that we both could have used the money since we were both artists. I wasn't in the attic for long before I came to two realizations. One, this was going to be a mammoth job, and two, someone had cut a hole in the drywall between our attic and the adjoining one. And of course, it was Mr. Samuel's attic. Not only that, cables were snaking through the hole, followed them through the maze of boxes and old Christmas decorations, and I was horrified at what I found. Holes had been drilled into the floor, very recently by the look of the sawdust, and two wires snaked down into two rooms. Now, without going into technical details, I traced the wires to the bathroom and the bedroom that I was staying in and discovered that small cameras had been set up, hidden within fake smoke alarms. Now, following the wires back up and creeping into Mr. Samuel's attic, I found a laptop running with active feeds of both rooms. The bedroom camera was angled so you could see the whole room, and the bathroom camera was angled at the shower. And so in short, dear sweet old Mr. Samuels had literally been spying on me for God knows how long and had violated my privacy in the most diabolically disgusting way. I minimized the live feed and found a folder on the desktop marked quote-unquote best of, and the contents within horrified me. There were a number of videos of me showering, of me changing, and even a couple where I, well, for a lack of a better term, relieved some tension of being. Lindsay Tompkins with the 10 cents. What's up, guys? Hopefully everyone's doing awesome. Super love from Amish country, Ohio. Widowy, Ohio, bro. Widowy, Ohio. Thank you, Lindsay. Hope you're doing well. What are the Amish up to lately? Somebody told me Amish do backyard dog breeder / unscrupulous. Backyard dog breeding. Yeah, I remember my brother, or not my brother, but my friend, he got his boxer, his name was Trapper, from a Amish breeder. It was like $400 or something like that. And it was kind of cool because it was like between him and like a boxer, like he was sort of like a brown and white boxer, and then, or like he was brindle colored, I guess. And then his brother was like a really dark black with like some brindle shine in him, and it, I don't know, that one was cool. Trapper was like one of my favorite dogs ever. He was so awesome. Your girlfriend wants to know how I gave Pradeep my name. It was from a show called, what the hell is it called? The Pickup Artist. You guys should watch that together if you get bored. It's a great show. See if you can find Pradeep. The contents horrified me. There were a number of videos of me showering, of me changing, and even a couple of where I was, for want of a better term, relieve some tension of being single in bed. Now, without thinking, in utter disgust, I deleted the entire folder and emptied the recycle bin, and then immediately realized the idiotic move I'd made. Subconsciously, though, I think my brain drove me to do so in order to avoid considering law enforcement, and more on that later. I wanted revenge on Samuels, but I also wanted him to live with fear of the revenge. Now, my first step was to sever the wires connecting the cameras. My second step was to head downstairs and reach out to a friend of mine who was, how do I put this, good with computers. He sent me a piece of software to install on Mr. Samuel's computer via a USB stick that would completely mess up not only his laptop, but any computer connected to the same router. Irreparably, my friend promised. Now, I should add here that I knew Samuels was out of town for a few days, supposedly visiting his daughters again. Now, who knows what he really got up to? It could have been literally anything. And he was due back the next day, so I hurried and installed the virus on his laptop via that USB stick. I followed my friend's instructions and then forced myself to leave the attic and wait a day or so for Mr. Samuels to return. And I could tell when he discovered the outcome of his deception. From his laptop speaker, a robotic voice began blaring, "I'm a voyeur pervert and I also have kids," over and over again. Above me, I could hear Samuels freaking out until he slammed that laptop shut. And then I heard his footsteps thundering down the stairs, presumably to his other main PP. Does everyone want to be triggered? What does that mean? Had a creepy guy that was staring at me from across the street when I was at the crosswalk. Have to excuse myself past him. He introduced himself as the neighborhood monster after calling me sweetie. That's what he said. Hey, I'm the neighborhood monster. And he's just like a giant Loch Ness monster dragging himself across the road. Yeah, Overwatch is the only thing that triggers me. Overwatch, and then, dude, I found out in Arc Raiders has some of the worst, like, hit registration, I think, in a video game ever. And I don't know if that's the right term or not, but I will, like, actively be behind cover, right? But then I'll see my character, like, take damage from as if he's still in front of the cover. I don't know if you call that desyncing or whatever the fuck it is, but it was like unbearable. You couldn't even fucking play the game because for some reason, I don't even know. Some reason their connection was better. It was very odd. It reminded me of my days of playing Rainbow Six Vegas, or no, Rainbow Six Siege. In Rainbow Six Siege, like for some reason the shooter has like immediate advantage on whether he sees you first, so sometimes you'll be peeking a corner. It's literally a game of like one bullet, whoever fires first, and then you'll just get taken out. And then people will be like, well, that's shooter advantage, you kind of have to get used to that. And it's like, what are you fucking talking about? Get used to shooter advantage? Like, that's like whenever a game is like so poorly coded or whatever back end, support is going on there, like if that's the issue, I don't think Rainbow Six is goated if like that's the issue you have to worry about, where you're like holding a corner, playing like a CSGO style of game, and the one thing that matters is like people's reaction time. I don't know. Time for divorce. Yeah, from video games, honestly. I've been playing Animal Crossing since the 3.0 rollout. It's fun. That's cool. Your Let's Read hoodie comes in tomorrow. Let's go, dude. Tag yourself. We're gonna promo it. It's more of a skill-based game, especially when you're playing sweats, for sure. 30 and live with my parents while working overtime at a low-paying job. I can't offer relation advice. Oh, that's all good, man. I have like 10,000 XP in marriage or something. Yeah, I don't know. What do you guys like to do? Like, for those of you who have been married and you're done, like, what do you guys do now? Do you even, like, pursue something beyond that, or are you just kind of over it? When I play games, am I happy? Sometimes. I find myself to be, like, in Arc Raiders, when me and my teammate, like, rolled up on somebody and completely fucked their day up, There was a sound this guy made. It was an interesting sound that came out of his mouth, but he just goes like this. Like it was like the most painful sigh I'd ever heard anybody ever make in a voice chat game ever. And it was just the sound, a sound that was oh so familiar to me. The sound that I've made 10 trillion times before. And I realized the only time I'm ever having fun in a video game is when I'm causing the amount of pain that other people cause unto me. And, yeah. So that's when I'm most happiest. Your dog sighs like that. That's fine. It wasn't a comfortable sigh, let's be real. He wasn't getting comfy cozy in a little bed. He was dying at my hand. People backstab you if you're out in that game. Yeah, you can't be trusting people. It's not smart. Welcome back, Sonomi. How's your cookies? Then I heard his footsteps thundering down the stairs, presumably to his other main PC, and I waited, and then, I'm a voyeur pervert, and I also F kids! According to my friend, there was absolutely no way to get rid of this unless you were a tech genius or whatever. Something about writing it to the root of the BIOS or something, so even a hard drive wipe and Windows reinstall wouldn't fix it. And something told me that while Mr. Samuels might be capable of setting up a pervert spy network, he wasn't capable of fixing this. And I was right. You have teenage kids too, you're a stressed out basket case. But honest question though, like, people always are like so afraid to say, if I did it again, I wouldn't have kids, because then that, to them, I think indicates that they're saying that their kids were a mistake, or that their kids need to be erased from reality itself. That's not what I'm asking, but what I am curious though is like, are there some parents, I would have to assume, that look back and have to feel to some degree like, oh fuck, I wish I never got pregnant or whatever, you know what I mean? I've been with my husband for 11 years and married for 7. Oh, that sounds nice. I love my children. My life would be meaningless and empty without my love family. Okay, there you go. Well, that's what I'm curious about. I'm debating on joining this new clan, although the benefits are good, though. I become a recruiter and get paid and also access to the YouTube channel. I'm like conflicted as fuck. New clan? What is this, World of Warcraft, or what are you talking about? What do you mean access to the YouTube channel? Like, what does a YouTube channel access do? I feel like my single mother's life would have been better. I feel like my single mother's life would be better without me. Oh, well, that's not something you want people to feel. And I'm sure she loves you. I think every parent, you know, I think sometimes it reflects, because you see the pain that goes through a parent's mind or whatever, so you think, you know, that they're projecting that pain onto you or that you're the cause of it, but that's not the case. As long as you try your best, you know what I mean? I was right, because the next weekend, I saw his entire desktop PC smashed into little bits sitting out on the sidewalk for the garbage collection. Hilariously, they thought taking electronics. Hilariously, they wouldn't take electronics, so it was just sort of left there until the HOA contacted him about the unsightly garbage, and the next day, a snapped laptop joined the pile. Now, I'm sure he suspected me because the baking delivery stopped, and he also avoided eye contact with me whenever we'd pass each other, coming and going. Now, I still felt sick that this dirty, disgusting old perv had gotten away with getting off to me at my most vulnerable, though. I kept consoling myself with the reminder that he was 75 and would be dead long before me. But then I had nightmares about how he might have sent the videos to other like-minded perverts. No matter how much I reminded myself that the low-quality, grainy pictures made my identity impossible to discern, it didn't help because Samuels could easily have doxed me. I live in fear of something else happening, but nothing else did. I confessed my fears to my friend, though, who suggested one final idea. I don't know exactly what he did, but a few days later, a smartphone arrived in the mail, and my friend told me to stick it through Samuel's letterbox in the middle of the... Hey, Lynn, thank you for the gifter. Appreciate you. Kevin Samuels would say to have a family is the best for the kids. Yeah, for sure. You want stability, I think, is some of the most important ways for children to, like, learn, you know? Sometimes I see people who are, like, split up or whatever, and it's almost like they can't fully be the fullest extent of parent. I don't know, in like some weird ways, they're almost like afraid to act a certain way around the kids out of fear that they'll tell the other parent or cause issue, or they'll be associated as the unfun parent, or, you know what I mean, and not want to be seen, that kind of thing. Hey, Nasty Nate, what's up, broski? What's new? My husband and I are partners, and I enjoy the relationship, and he does too. We help each other. When he isn't well, I make him go lay down. He took care of me when I had moderate COVID, etc. Yeah, it's awesome. I'm happy about that. And you need that, you know what I mean? You just need two people who are going to work together and not compete with each other and not try to bring each other down, or, you know, it just needs to be a team process. My friend told me to stick it through Samuel's mailbox in the middle of the night and just leave it at that. And I asked him why and what the phone contained, but he told me it was better that I didn't know. I posted the phone. Whatever was on there had caused Samuel's to become a recluse, and the rest of my house sitting went without incident. And after a while, I noticed that the nurse was no longer coming to visit Samuel's. Good. And that man didn't deserve any joy in his life. And eventually my parents returned from their cruise. I didn't tell them anything about what had happened. I was honestly just too ashamed, and too worried that my dad, the mild-mannered as he was usually, would spend his remaining years in prison for killing their next-door neighbor if he knew what he'd done to his baby girl. Now, a few months after I moved out into my own place again, Mom mentioned that Mr. Samuels had been placed into an assisted living facility by his children. She said it was all very strange, like he mentally declined within the space of a year. Now, I said nothing, but I had to suppress a smile there. I don't know if I did the right thing by not calling the cops and handling everything in this very unusual way, but here's the reason. When I was in college, I was assaulted. My experience with the police was, well, as I'm sure some of you know, not so good. And I was made to feel like it was all my fault because of how I dressed and because I'd had maybe 2 drinks, because I'd been affectionate with my assailant. I know all cops aren't like that. I know that plenty of cops are sympathetic, even heroic with certain victims, but I was not one of them. And the idea of trying to convince them that my elderly neighbor was spying on me, even though realistically the evidence was all there, it just terrified me. And so maybe I handled things pretty badly. Maybe me and my friend taking justice into our own hands was an immoral decision. But honestly, knowing what that man was capable of in his 70s, I can only imagine the things that he may have done when he was younger, fitter, and more savvy at getting away with it. And knowing he's spending the last years of his life slowly losing his mind in an assisted living facility, probably being spoon-fed baby food by a tattooed male orderly who can... That's a long sentence. There's a huge sentence. You have subscribed. Thank you, buddy. Cops usually aren't effective in these types of cases. It sounds like it, yeah. Oh. Hey, Jessica, what's going on? Oh. Joel, where's your Sprite at? You want to hear it? I do have one, but I don't know if I should drink it. Whatever. Hi, kitty. What are you doing? It's pretty. Would you like a Sprite? That's Pradeep's new favorite water fountain I got him. It's filled with Sprite. Crispy Sprite. You drink seltzer because you're fancy and rich? What's seltzer? Is that like mineral water? Justin, you're literally fancy and rich. You just went across the entire world. Your Amish ancestors would hear about that and just not even be able to contemplate what a Pokemon is. And there you are, faluting around the peaks of Mount Fuji, getting a fucking happy ending from a geisha. Yeah. My cat legit knocked over a water cup at like 5 a.m. the other night out of spite, filled it the day prior. Yeah, you can't even like give them the opportunity to backstab you, as they will just for entertainment. Of course, Pradeep is very loyal. He's a good boy, man. He generally means so well. I remember seeing some residents naughty if they couldn't feed themselves and no orderly was available to feed them. Nursing homes are depressing. Yeah, whenever you're like in nursing school, I remember like that's all you ever saw was like dumbass nursing homes. Mainly because like nursing homes are just used as like a place to like for students to like practice. Because like if you fuck up or whatever, not that I did, but you know, if you do, it's like not that many people care, sadly. How did I decide on my cat's name? It was from a show. Does anyone remember the name of the show? Pop quiz. And knowing he's spending the last years of his life slowly losing his mind in an assisted living facility, probably being spoon-fed baby food by a tattooed male orderly who he can't sexually harass, well, honestly, I sleep at night just fine. I do still periodically check for spy cams, though, as I'm quite paranoid and you can never be too careful. Can't believe everybody's forgotten. Nobody's even listening to my live stream. Guys, I have all these important things to tell you about my life and nobody even gives a shit. I'm just kidding. It was called, what was the show? I don't even remember what the show's called. Pickup Artist. It was on VH1 back in the day. And it's fucking hilarious. Jacob would know. Jacob's the only one in here that really loves me. He love bombs me with a literal bomb. With a nuke. You have headphones on? Well, that's called ASMR, Mon Bleu. Get used to it. Soon I'll be eating a whole fucking pizza with stuffed crust. Has he written in a while? I think he was been here maybe like 3-4 streams ago. He donated $10 trillion that all of his credit cards got canceled. So I couldn't actually get paid. I'm just kidding. Your cat drives you insane? I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm lucky. I have Pradeep. He's just like, he's very attentive to like emotion, you know what I mean? And knowing when to just like chill out. It's kind of like a dog in a lot of ways, but I guess because I always treated him like a dog. How old's Pradeep? He's gonna be 15 in June, which is fucking crazy. Wait, no he's not. He's not 15. How fucking old is he? 2014 we got him. So he'll be 12 in June, yeah. But yeah, he's doing good. Tell him to stop aging. I mean, he doesn't really seem like he's aging. Pradeep likes being called a dog. He likes to play fetch. He likes to eat from a bowl. He runs up and down the hall like Scooby-Doo. Do any of you have someone who you'll never forget, even though you never really knew them that well? Someone who was a constant in your life, just sort of a background character who isn't around anymore. Someone you find your mind drifting back to every now and then because even though you didn't know them that much, you just saw them all the time and they were like an interactive, friendly part of the furniture. Now, I don't mean that in a derogatory way. It's like a beloved lazy boy. Lazy boy. Lazy boy. It's the French version. Lazy boy. My friend's parents have a cat approaching 30. It's surprisingly able at that age. That's not quite sure how old. Yeah, isn't it wild? That's how long I expect him to live for. Forever. God, I don't know if I can handle when he dies, honestly. It'll hurt too much. I'll have to go before him, unfortunately. It's like a beloved lazy boy that you get from Goodwill. You don't know its backstory, and you never will, and you don't ask about its past, and it doesn't ask about yours. Christ, this sounds dehumanizing, but it's how I think about it. It's in a fond, loving way, trust me, and I hope one day I'm someone else's Goodwill lazy boy, someone who touched a person's life just by being there, and someone they'll always remember. Now, I remember Mr. Browning. I'll never forget him, and even though the last time I saw him was probably 1985, I think I remember him fondly regardless of how things ended. Now, I sure know that I always thought fondly whenever this guy crossed my mind. Me and the wife often talk about how we should invite him over for dinner, and we wonder if he was lonely after his wife had passed a decade or so before, and we wondered if this... I feel like I lost... No... You guys remember when Jeffrey Epstein got canceled? Me and the wife often talked about how we should invite him over for dinner. We wondered if he was lovely after his wife... Not lovely, lonely. We wondered if he was lonely after his wife had passed a decade or so before, and we wondered if his adult kids called often because they never seemed to visit. But we just never got around to asking Mr. Browning. Hell, I don't even remember what his Christian name was. It was always, "Good morning, Mr. Browning," and he'd respond with, "Good morning, Ted." Now, he was my elder, and we understood the hierarchy. I do know that he was a former teacher, so maybe he taught himself as... the Browning 45. He's the creator of the gun. Pretty sure everyone likes animals more than people. I guess just because animals, like, it's... I feel bad saying it, but, like, if I'm, like, over at someone's house, you know, like, their animal can, like, pop up to you and you can just, like, hug it and, like, smear your face in it. You know what I mean? Like, kiss it, give it a rub and a tug. Sorry. But you know what I mean? Like, you can just, like, aggressively love an animal in a good way. And it's, like, totally fine and normal, like, whatever. But you can't really do that with people. You know? You can't just, like, see someone and immediately start petting their head and, like, rubbing their face, even though there are times where you kind of just want to do that, but you know that you're just probably not going to get away with it, and I don't know. You just, like, you wish like other humans, yeah, would accept unconditional affection that just is what it is, but it's not happening. People yell at you, and then the worst part is you understand the words that they're yelling at you about. Like, if people yelled at me in Chinese, I wouldn't really care. I would just do whatever I wanted. And that's probably what Logan Paul felt whenever he walked around Japan. He just felt like he could do whatever he wanted because he didn't understand what anybody was saying. Maybe he thought that they were excited for him and like cheering him along as he was desecrating their monuments. But when you know what people are saying about you when they're screaming, it really hurts sometimes. And in many ways, it's very rude. Pets aren't going to do that. They just bark. I don't know what a bark means. Probably just means fucking get more peanut butter. He was my elder. He was my elder. We understood the hierarchy, and I do know that he was a former teacher, so maybe he thought of himself as Mr. Browning. Maybe it didn't even cross his mind to ask me to call him by his first name. Amos, that was it. Amos Browning, and I remember from his obituary and later the funeral. And I think those were the only times that I heard his first name spoken, and one of the only times that I saw his adult children. His son was a very doughy-faced man who looked bored to be at his father's funeral. His daughter was one of those sharp-faced women with a meek, sycophantic. You got your Scooby snacks and peanut butter and milk. Uncanny. Dude, I knew it. I could smell it through the microphone. His daughter was one of those sharp-faced women with a meek, sycophantic husband and the kind of bratty son who wanted to be the center of attention, even at Grandpa's wake. We didn't stay long. We'd gone to pay our tributes to Mr. Browning, but we couldn't stay. We didn't want his family asking us questions about his death, and they likely knew that I'd been present when it happened, and I'm not a good liar. I would have struggled to give them the answers they wanted instead of the horrible, haunting, traumatizing truth. Me and Mr. Browning used to chat over the fence. Well, I'd lean over the fence, and he'd mow the lawn, and he was always mowing his lawn. He had one of those old push mowers, an electric one, and I just kept trying to persuade him to buy a ride-on, but he said his yard was way too small for that. It wasn't, and besides, at his age, probably early 70s, it was a great way to get some exercise and a little peace and quiet. Peace and quiet from who, I'm not really sure, since he lived alone after his wife had passed before me and my family moved in, but that's what he said. We'd talk, a lot, but never really get to know each other, you know. We talked about the Detroit Lions a bunch. He was a die-hard supporter, and I was just a pretty casual one. And we talked about the weather, we talked about politics, but never too seriously, and sometimes we'd watch the same shows at the same time, and we'd talk about those too. We both loved Miles Davis and The Who and Kiss, and he told me about his first ever concert, sneaking in to watch Kiss play, but I was never sure if he was telling the truth or just recounting the plot of that one movie where that exact thing happens. It was a fun story anyhow, even if he told me about 5 times, and occasionally he'd ask about my wife and how she was doing and how her job was going, but I think he wanted to talk about his wife in exchange but couldn't bring himself to do so, apart from that one time. Sometimes my wife would bring him a lasagna or some other baked goods, and he'd thank her like a perfect gentleman. Guys, click the like button, click share. It really does help the stream, I think. I don't actually know that or not. Your service dog never showed teeth, and again, hard to show something you lack. Oh, that's funny. Indian food or shooting hoops tomorrow? Can't we just do both? Oh, and shooting. Okay, good. Yeah, I'll be there. Indian food, and then immediately hitting the trampoline park. Oh yeah, shitting is the secret term for pooping. Tub girl on a trampoline. Wonder whatever happened to Tub girl. Do you think she's okay? Do you think she's still drowning in diarrhea in that bathtub? Oh my god. And what, like, life circumstance do you have to be in to, like, 1, be that big, and 2, somehow be able to, like, shoot diarrhea up into the air that splatters back down on your face. And 3, film it. And 4, who are you filming it for? Who asked for that? It certainly wasn't me. And if it was me, I didn't receive it in mail, even though I, sent the $150 asking price, but whatever. Why would you want the menu from a country that is starving? It's pretty good, honestly. You should try it. Oh, of course, I do think Indian people need to eat more protein. There's like, I don't know, I feel like half of the metabolic issues they have is from never touching protein ever. Sometimes my wife would bring him a lasagna or some other baked goods, and he'd thank her like a perfect gentleman. And he always handed the dishes back to me over the fence, never once brought them to our door, always over the fence. Now, I chatted to him so much that by the time we moved out, there was a groove in the ground where grass had stopped growing in the place where I'd always stood to talk to Mr. Browning. Now, I remember exactly what we were talking about on the day it happened. My wife had just had a minor operation to remove a benign cyst from her breast, and he was asking how she was doing. I told him she was doing fine and would be home from the hospital the next day, even if that evening. Collab with Booze and Booze? I have collabed with Booze and Booze before. We're homies. I have a lab mix that was a family dog, but now she's my little sister. She save X message mode follow due to vertigo spell before. Welcome back, Sonomi. Collab with Booze and Booze on a recent post. On a whole new one? Wait, why is my YouTube broken? I don't really know. I generally don't know why, like, YouTube will... You're in a live stream. Why will the live stream be behind? Like, what is up with that? I told him she was doing fine and would be home from the hospital the next day, or even that evening if things went well. Mr. Browning looked at me, and then as he was mowing the lawn, and told me that I was lucky, and that I should hold on... Mr. Browning looked at me then as he was mowing the lawn, and then told me that I was lucky, and I should hold on to a good woman like that. And then he said, and I'll never forget it, not least because they were his last words, he said, "I miss her so much." And then he sort of looked down, away, like he was about to hide tears, but I saw a look of alarm and then fear cross his face. Maybe I'm just imagining, but I swear that I saw him try and stop the forward motion of the mower as he pushed forward. I'm not sure how it happened. He was always so careful, running the electrical extension cable around the edge of the lawn, making sure that he was mowing nowhere near it, but careful... Mr. Brownstar. Wait, what's happening here? Is he getting electrocuted? Mr. Browning. He was always so careful, running the electrical extension cable around the edge of the lawn, making sure that he was mowing nowhere near it, being careful like it was muscle memory. But I heard the crunch and whir of the motor. God damn it. But I heard the crunch and whir of the motor running over the electrical socket and the cable. I don't know how or why, but there was no grounding. The mower's rubber handles just sort of weren't there anymore, and the live electrical cables got tangled into the motor blades, mangling and electrifying the mower as Mr. Browning held onto it. And hold onto it he did. I watched in abject frozen horror as his body began to convulse, as smoke rose up from his hands where he was gripping the metal handle. I could smell the cooking flesh and electrical burn, and I watched as the grass around him singed. Can you ask a question? Of course, yeah, ask anything. AMA. Anal... I don't know. They make plug-in electrical lawnmowers. I think they charge, right? I thought they charge. Maybe he was charging it while running. I have no fucking clue. Mr. Brownson. Both my dogs came from animal prison. They were doing hard time. That makes sense. They do sound like bad boys that run on extension cords. Okay, interesting. I just feel like they'd be so unreliable, like once they start to lose power. First one was a Husky Shepherd, best dog ever. Oh, that's cute. Do you have issues sleeping? Like sleeping is not always the same, for example, not the same time? No, it's always the same time. Like I'm always usually falling asleep between like 4 and 6 a.m. just because the streams end up going really late, and then I stay up for a little bit and shower and then go to bed. Wake up in the early afternoon-ish. But I would much rather like have a normal... Like I'd love to go to bed right now and wake up at like 6 a.m. That would be my perfect existence, and I could go to a place to have breakfast, work out. You go to bed at 8? What time? Oh, are you on the West Coast, Justin? Four to 6 a.m. Joel, you're 35 and you need a sleep schedule. Bro, I do have a sleep schedule. It's just, I mean, you're probably not familiar with my stream schedule, but I've been stream, and then it's late, and then I'll edit for a while. Like, it's not like I get done with the stream immediately. And, you know, like, some of these streams, they go till, like, what, 3 in the morning and shit? You know what I mean? You guys know I'm a night owl. It's not like me being up right now is like me being, like, unconscious, you know, and like, I don't know. You know, you already know this. The only annoying thing is like, you know, having friends in real life, they have like normal whatever, and it's almost like it's always like a scoffing. Like they scoff, like, I could never stay up to, I could never, me, no, not me. I could never stay up till a certain period of time in the night and then sleep for the same 6 to 8 hours a night and then wake up. I could never shift my sleeping schedule even 1 hour further than what it currently is. It's just so much, it just makes me giggle even to think about you even having a sleep schedule that's even remotely somewhat like the night shift that you worked for fucking 7 years. Well, exactly. You tell, like, if I were to say I'm a night shift nurse, they're like, oh, okay, but you're doing a good thing. But then you're like, you tell them you like sleep night shift, but you do something else, they just like, it almost like gives them a thing to stick a sharp dildo up their ass. I don't know. Fuck them. I don't care. I could smell the cooking flesh and electrical burn. I watched as the grass around him singed and blackened, and I knew I had to knock him away from the mower, but couldn't touch him myself. I searched for something, anything that I could safely use to shove him off the mower. My eyes settled on my old wooden baseball bat, but by the time I'd hauled myself over that fence, I knew it was too late. Mr. Browning had collapsed to the ground, finally letting go of the lawnmower, and I knew that there was no saving him. So I ran over to the outlet and switched off the electricity. And then I went back over to my neighbor. My friend knew. Like, it's just like so fucking annoying when you meet, you know, you have like the friend who's like up at 5:30 every day. Got his kids to bed at 8 p.m., up at 5:30 or whatever the fuck. And and you see, you see them and you're meeting them, and it's like, it's the afternoon or whatever, and they're like, this is like your breakfast, isn't it? This is like your breakfast. It's like, how about you shut the fuck up forever, please? Just shut up. Just shut the fuck up. Like, I don't, like, it's just like, technically speaking, I've woken up before their future self has woken. Like, there's just, time is not a real fucking thing. And I would like to have a normal one, but I don't. But it's just, like, strange how there's, like, abstract, I don't know, perfect lives that people have. I'm not even sure what I'm bitching about, to be honest. I'll be awake and hear noise outside and get scared and realize at 6 a.m. my neighbors are going to work. That's funny. I slept for 2 days straight before, so I know my sleepiness isn't normal. Yeah, I mean, I have some friends, they stay up for 30 hours and then sleep for 30. I mean, everybody, there's like so many variations of degenerate. Like, I don't care anymore, Yeah, it was from Big Clock to sell more clocks. Who cares what the slaves of society think? Yeah, it's weird though. There's a part of me that's still desires to be a slave though. Because at least all the slaves can commiserate with each other, The reason I ask about your sleep pattern is because I don't sleep well. For example, I can never keep a time. It always changes. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough, man. I mean, you just gotta maybe make a routine. So, like, just pick one, like whatever one is naturally happens, and then have a routine before it, and then just do that routine. Like, for me, I'll sit there and watch, like, Hearthstone videos on my phone at, like, bedtime or whatever. And then eventually I start to fall asleep, and then I just do that. When I was a teacher, I stayed up for 36 hours or so. I was hallucinating. By the end, I was found a sleeping bag and slept 24, so I was so disoriented. Yeah, that shit's rough. Literally no way to leave. I work in sales from 7 to 8 p.m. every single day. My coworkers tell me their bedtime is when they get home, and here I am champing through 2 to 3 hours of sleep per night. Oh God, yeah. I mean, that's the one thing. It's like, I mean, my friend who gets up at 5:30 a.m., he's like saying that he pretty consistently gets like 4 to 5 hours of sleep, and I'm just like, I don't know, like, that should be scoffed at, you know what I mean? The fact that you like don't sleep at all, like you're literally going to go insane chewing on your own fucking inner lip, you know what I mean? And it's just, I mean, at least I get my fucking sleep. That Let's Not Meet story I emailed in last time. We'd be perfect for this segment. Low-key terrifying neighbor I had the misfortune of dealing with. Oh shit, okay. How do you do the story voice? You just and then I went back over to my neighbor, my friend who I knew so little about. My cats have been conditioned to be fed at like 3 a.m. It's the worst. My problem is not going to be at a decent time. Is my PlayStation. I'll be up till 1 a.m. playing if the game is good enough. Dude, I feel you, man. Gaming has definitively been the thing that keeps me awake for hours upon hours. Like, I look at some of the friends in my life who live some of the most normal lives. It's like they never touched a video game. On meth. You have to do the dishes. Any advice? Just put in some headphones and get to work. Then I went back over to my neighbor, my friend who I knew so little about, and he was blackened and charred. His face was horrific. His eyeballs and somehow... His eyeballs had somehow survived the electrocution, and They stared white and frozen out of a face that looked like it had been sucked clean from the inside. One detail I remember, one grim detail, is how his mouth was open and how I realized that he had false teeth because they had fallen down into his throat. I ran into his house and called 911, and the rest was a blur of paramedics and police and being questioned. And at first, when his daughter got there, she seemed to somehow blame me for her father's death, as if she'd ever given a crap about him in life. He may not have opened up to me, but Mr. Browning certainly made it clear that his kids did not play a big part in his life. And so fast forward to the funeral, the son gave a eulogy, and it was like he barely knew his father any better than I did. It made me so sad and so devastated that this man who seemed like nothing but a nice, amicable gent could have been so forgotten and discarded. Genital. Amicable genital. It's quite literally those darn screens. Those damn computer games. I mean, there are many times where I would be tired and then you like play a game and it's like your brain is like reactivated. You can just like keep playing a game for another fucking 4 or 5 hours. YouTube blocked your joke. Oh, I didn't see it. You can write it again if you want. Playing Pac-Man all night. Some people are angels in public, demons in private. My momster is one of them. My momster. Like your mother? Careful, Mom. You're turning into a momster. Heading to bed, Lynn. Take care. You've got the good sleep schedule. Cherish it. Cherish it. Robin Hood with the 50 Nokia bucks. Hey bro, I'm late for the stream. Maybe I'm here now. Love your streams. Been here since the beginning of your channel back in 2016 or whatever. Thank you, bro. Thank you, Robin. Appreciate you, friend. It's a long time. What's your favorite topic? My biological father refers to as dadster. Someone taught me these dehumanizing nouns and I like them. I think they're good, yeah. Hey Joe, I waited for your soap order, but it never came, so I'm leaving Dial here in Hazleton, heading back to Scranton now. I'm sorry, bro, I don't use soap. I haven't taken a shower in many, many moons. We took all the soap and we sent it over to Airbomb, India. We're gonna make the Ganges clean. We're gonna make them clean. Do I play console or PC? I play on PC. I have a console, but it's like on PC you can just hang out with friends and stream your games and chat and stuff, so it's just like, you know, it's way more chill. I have crazy-ass meth-head neighbors a few years back. Couldn't chill on my porch without them coming outside trying to get somebody to fight them. Once they heard door open, they were out there. That's crazy. Do I use Steam? Yeah. I use everything. Thing. You should look up the devs I was talking to you about for the voice role. Yeah, let's look up can we look up their games real quick? I'll give my tentative review. What are they called? Listen from Atlanta. I'm about to turn in 11:36 here. I have to up for a dreaded nurse at 5:30 a.m. I love your voice. Thank you. Sorry for the nurse work in the morning. That's always the toughest, but we appreciate your help in society. I would drink before class in college. It would short circuit the lepsy and I could stay awake for a while but have to sleep later. Damn. Are you on Battlefield 6 at all? You know, I haven't gotten to really try it. I do want to, because I'm kind of just like over the whole hype of like Arc Raiders, and I guess Arc Raiders is chill just because it's, you know, there is a lot of downtime between fights. You can just kind of chat with people, which sometimes is like more valuable. Have I seen the new Minecraft? The new? Oh, Hightail. Yeah, my friend wants me to get Hightail, because he said that he grinded whatever that like custom server was they had. Like Hightail people like had Hypixel, I think it was called. It was basically like a very grindy version of Minecraft or something for years. Almost like RuneScape. I don't know. I mean, do you guys play Hightail? Is it fun? Is it something that like worth getting into? I used to be able to do that when I worked at a grocery store and had to be there at 4:30 in the morning, barely got any sleep. Dude, it's rough, man. Wait, look up the Wellmont's case. Okay, this is what you want me to... The Wellmont's case. Okay, it came up pretty fast. 10% on Steam. 33 positive reviews. That's pretty sick. Looks like a puzzle game. Adventure, horror, psychological thriller. Dark. It's got that dark. Yeah, you know, I would do voice work for a game like this, definitely. Be fun. Did you ever play Excite Bike? Oh yeah, back on like the N64. That shit was awesome. Or what? Yeah, I guess there was one on the old SNES as well. They re-released a Pocky Rocky video game. If you guys never played Pocky Rocky, you should give that a try. It's legit goated, dude. It made me so sad and devastated that this man, who seemed like nothing but a nice, amicable gentleman, could have been so forgotten and discarded, except for the neighbor who gave him some friendly, superficial banter over the fence. The same neighbor who was forced to watch him die. I swore then that when I had a kid, I would do everything I could to make sure that they wanted me in their life forever. And as it turned out, my wife was unknowingly pregnant at the time of that funeral. We had a son and then later 2 daughters, and they were the loves of my life. They're all grown themselves now with families of their own, and my wife and I are grandparents, and we make sure to keep our family close. Regular meals together, Christmas and Thanksgiving being particularly huge affairs. And now, maybe Mr. Browning hadn't been a great father. It's not for me to judge his kids for distancing themselves from him. I don't judge them for their relationship with their father. It just sort of makes me sad. But before the sadness came the trauma, and we brought our home with the intention. Are you gay, and why are you gay? I am not gay now. Are you gay? Why are you gay? So, you are gay. I was around 6 years old. I visited Grandma in Colorado. Apparently across the state from her place was a haunted apple tree. Was told that pick apples from its scary old lady shows up. How old am I? 35. Old and dead. The most ancient YouTuber. The oldest YouTuber on the platform. Let's read. He's an OG. He's been around from the beginning. It kind of blows my mind that one YouTube channel, Smosh. You know what I'm talking about? Smosh. I never really watched Smosh growing up, but like, how the fuck do they like still look like they're like same sort of, like you could, like the same sort of emo side / haircut, you could throw that on their faces and they would just be like good to go. I don't know, it's interesting. Some people just like do not age. They're so dorky, yeah. Dorky smallorkies. Have you ever seen the movie Event Horizon? Great movie. What's that bad boy in the dark, scary stuff? Oh yeah, that's the one with Pierce Brosnan in it, right? Where it's kind of like Doom, where they're going into the hell dimension and that kind of thing. I hate getting old. I take 15 freaking pills every night, but you know what? I take them all at once because I'm not a bitch. Really? What pills do you take? That's a lot of pills. You want to watch all the Star Wars? The new ones kind of suck dick. Did you see Kathleen Kennedy had to step down at Disney or whatever, or Disney Star Wars or LucasArts or whatever the fuck it is? Do you think Star Wars is going to be good again, or is it just going to be more dog shit? I have a kind of rough, man. Like, it's hard to pick a good haircut for some people, and they just need to be shown sometimes. No, it's all good. I don't actually care. God does look better than emo, because emo has you questioning their sexuality sometimes. It's okay. You can change them on the fly. Now, maybe Mr. Browning hadn't been a great father. It's not for me to judge his kids for distancing themselves from him. I don't judge them for their relationship with their father. It just sort of makes me sad. But before the sadness came the trauma, and we brought our home... But before the sadness came the trauma. We'd bought our home with the intention of starting a family there, but every time I got so much as a step foot... What the fuck is this saying? But every time I so much... Oh. Mandalorian is great. Andor is a masterpiece. Ahsoka is awesome if you're invested in the Rebels characters. Skeleton Crew is literally Goonies. Yeah, but the movies are dog shit, and that's the only ones I really watch. I don't know. I just don't really have the energy to sit and watch like shows sometimes, unless they're like really fucking good. Like I don't know if I can like forgive J.J. Abrams for like taking on the helm of Star Wars and then just not doing it. Like, why the fuck would they, like, what person would plan putting him in charge but him not like seeing it through to the end as far as like story continuity? So now you just like have 3 random projects that are somehow subsequent, you know, parts of a story in a trilogy, but literally no continuity between any of it. Just fucking crap. Star Wars is great, though. Not the new stuff. The new stuff is fucking shite. I mean, the games are okay. The more recent games. I don't know. The power of many. We bought our home with the intention of starting a family there, but every time I so much as stepped foot in the backyard, I was met with flashbacks of Mr. Browning cooking alive. I could smell that electric burn and see those bulging dead eyes. We made a loss selling that, but... Oopsies. Hey, Robin Hood, thank you for the 10 Nokia bucks. Feeling anxious right now. I've been having a bad day, but your streams always help. Thank you, friend, yeah. Hope you can feel better. We're just gonna chill and meditate. You probably like Andor. I think I watched like one episode of Andor, and it was like during a Christmas break or something, and it was kind of slow. I had no issue with it, you know. I'm sure it would be good, and I heard it was good. I just really didn't have the patience to like sit and watch it build up. But that's a skill issue on my end. We made a loss selling, but we moved, and my son was born in a smaller house, but it was one filled with love and closeness, and I was no longer haunted by the sight of my neighbor's final moments, at least not directly. And like I said, I'll always remember Mr. Browning, and a part of what that means being cursed with part of that means being cursed with remembering how I played with... God fucking damn. Like I said, I'll always remember Mr. Browning, and part of that means being cursed with remembering how I played witness to his demise. The power of many. Revenge of the Sith and the Phantom Menace, my faves, obviously. Cruising, crushing on Anakin. I mean, those were fun, yeah, but at the same time, back in the day, those were like loosely considered dog shit as well, sadly. But I think when it really comes down to the success of the first Star Wars, like, it was the open-endedness of the universe of Star Wars that really just enabled like the fan base to create interesting storylines, you know what I mean? And I think in those first 3 films, from what I've heard, George Lucas had a lot of like people around him that made the Star Wars films better than what they could have been. And then, you know, the prequels, whenever George Lucas was completely in charge, was kind of why, you know, a lot of people had a lot of complaints for those, because he kind of just, I don't know if he just didn't give a shit or he was old or whatever. But I mean, even he's on record of saying, like, when he sold it to Disney, it was like selling his, you know, prized child to a bunch of like slavers, you know. And to me, I feel like that makes a lot of sense, because it's kind of like you just like sold a cultural icon, basically a soul of the people as far as storytelling goes, to the devil that is Mickey Mouse. Killed as in nailed or killed as in ruined it? Like, I will say that the prequels were fun, and I would watch them again, but not that much, you know what I mean? Like, it's really not, like, when I look back on them, there's a lot of like cringe ass shit in those movies, and I can't say that they got better with like the 3rd trilogy at all, you know? I mean, I literally didn't even see the 3rd one in the series or whatever.
Jar Jar was a bad guy in episode 1. That's why the Queen's actions made no sense. Jar Jar was manipulating, and also manipulated Arsonist. It was going to be revealed in episode 2, but Dooku.
Yeah, no, I mean, that would have made those movies make a lot more sense and actually be kind of like make you look at the character of Jar Jar as like, oh, the bumbling fool, you know? Is that a slur? I don't know. Everything's a slur nowadays. Okay. Evening, let's read. I'm a normal, regular-ass guy with a wife and kid. I lead a quiet life, I work in a bank, and I'm the last person to get involved in drama or scary situations or anything that you might want to hear about on your channel. At least, that's how I've always wanted to live my life anyway. Sometimes you don't have a choice, and that lack of choice doesn't come from your own actions, but from those around you. In my case, it was a house, and even before all of this happened, we used to call the Nightmare House. We, being me and the other neighbors who were mostly friends, we do safari suppers, quiz nights at the local bar, all sorts of stuff like that, and apart from a handful of residents who had good reason, everyone got involved, and it was a nice, friendly community. And then there was the house next door to mine. The owner never joined us for events or hung out, and he never attended street parties or barbecues or singing carols during Christmas. Not because he was antisocial, but because we never once even met him. He'd never lived in the house, not since any of us could remember. And old Mr. Peterson, he said that he could vaguely remember the owner from when he'd first brought the pop. Oh my fucking god. Do you have any tips for a good TV series, true crime? Been looking for all over Netflix, so much BS and boring stuff. Has anyone any tips to what to watch? No, dude, I don't even really watch anything anymore. So I feel like I wouldn't be a good suggester. I'm just such a hater. Like, I literally am just like born to hate. Everything sucks. I'm very critical of it all. I've experienced all of it. Like, it honestly like blows my mind. Like, my one friend, I like listen to him talk about every show. He's so fucking stoked about every show. He's just like, oh, it was amazing, dude. It was amazing. It fucking blew my mind. It's like, how did that happen? How do you feel that emotion towards that thing again and again and again? You know, just like, I don't understand. if these adjectives have any meaning, if like everything blows your mind. Sarah, thank you for the 2. Says, did you Victor Crowley Hatchet movies yet? Fire. I haven't. No, you were saying about that. Victor Crowley and Hatchet. I have not seen it. Maybe we can suggest that. That chapter slander? I don't think so. Did I mention him? No. Just listen to Let's Read True Crime Stories. There you go. Yeah, just listen to Saturn Soul. But yeah, that chapter's... I mean, sorry, when you were saying true crime, I thought you meant like on streaming services or whatever. On YouTube, you got fucking everybody and their mothers doing a true crime channel. Too young to be jaded? Bro, we're the same age. I think it's pretty easy to be jaded when it comes to like any sort of like media material because they don't try anything new. There's not a single new thing Hollywood or Netflix doesn't fund anything like unique or different. Though I did hear the creator of like Breaking Bad has a new show. Right? Called like Spleebius or Smorgadaloose. Welcome back, Erica. We peaked in 1994. I mean, dude, back in those days, like you had to like make decisions between whether you wanted to go see Saving Private Ryan or Gladiator or Jurassic Park or fucking Titanic, right? I haven't seen it, but you know, you can imagine. Yeah, Plurbius. It's like back in the day, it would blow your mind the amount of choices, and now it's just like, all right, we're going to go see the new Avatar. How was it? Well, it was worse than the last one, which was worse than the first one. It's like, okay, so they've progressively gotten fucking worse. Great. And you'll never remember it, and you'll never watch it again, and you'll never care. Like, literally, kids are growing up having, like, core memories watching fucking YouTubers than, like, shit that gets funded with hundreds of millions of dollars. Like, it's embarrassing. Like, I can only imagine in my mind that the people that are running things in the background, I mean, a la, like, you don't have to look any further than, like, Kathleen Kennedy with, like, Disney, that everyone's dumb. Like, everyone must just be, like, an inept idiot who just got hired for, like, some abstract reason to be, like, a tax write-off. And here we are, with nothing to watch, nothing to look at, nothing to be excited about, just, like, anxiously all awaiting World War III. You just have to watch the movie for a trailer now and they straight up spoil all the best parts. Yeah, that is annoying as shit. Well, maybe you want to start reading scary stories. I don't know, I just wanted to make a YouTube channel. Make money. Not work a normal job. And it worked out. The car got smashed into while I parked on the street, hit and run. Oh, fuck, I'm sorry, man, that sucks. That shit's gotta be the worst. What do you do now? I have a collection of Blu-rays and one of my kids is into CDs. I know a kid that wants a vinyl record. Well, that's cool, yeah. I mean, I think vinyl players are not that expensive, so you can kind of get them into that pretty early if you want. Anything good that comes out nowadays is pulled from anime, not even kidding, every single thing. That's true, yeah, they steal those ideas and, you know, pawn them off as themselves. Am I going to do a World War III stream as it happens? I mean, if we're being completely honest, like, the continuation of, like, war and war theater has not stopped, you know what I mean? Like, war is just continual. I think at this point, it's like the greater psychological operation is being under the interpretation that World War III is not currently happening, you know? Like, it is happening and it's never stopped happening. War never changes. He'd never lived in the house, not since any of us could remember. Old Mr. Peterson said he could vaguely remember the owner from when he'd first bought the property a few decades back, but since then, nothing. And for whatever reason, this guy had bought the house and then just screwed off to South Africa or some such place and just left the property to gradually fall into ruin. And there must have been a caretaker at some point, because ever since any of us could remember, all the windows were boarded up and the doors were sealed with planks, but beyond that, it was clear that nobody cared for the property. The yards, front and back, were both overgrown and almost jungle-like, and the neighbors sometimes considered trying to maintain the outside a little, but good God, we all had our own lives and properties, and it wasn't like we were some uptight homeowners association. It was just kind of annoying to have this eyesore right in the middle of our normal suburban neighborhood. We kind of joked around about the owner, like he was some vampire who lived in the basement and abandonment was a ruse. A ruse? It was a fucking ruse. Do you think social media has stolen our joy? Yeah, for sure. I mean, just think about, like, how much you're exposed to all the time. You're always exposed to negativity day in and day out. And, like, if you really think every time, especially the shorts, like the short stuff, like YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels, TikTok, like, think about this. Frame your mind every time you look at one of those by thinking, in the span of 3 seconds, whoever is in front of you has to convince you of a narrative within such a short period of time. They have to frame what's happening, they have to convince you that that narrative's true, and they have to do it in such a short period of time that it's like, it's too much for your brain to, like, fucking handle. You know what I mean? Like, it's strange, and it's almost like just too overwhelming to always have to contemplate the next story, the next thing to be mad about, the next whatever. And then eventually you get so many of these, like, little details, you start to kind of create, like, an overarching narrative about the world around you. But then the second you go out there, you know, looking like Nosferatu to get your mail, you realize that, you know, the chaos that's, you know, been generated in your mind is literally nothing like real life, because now you've touched grass or snow or something real. You can't stop watching YouTube. I understand, man. And YouTube, to me, the YouTube shorts are a lot less brain rotty, but it's still like a minute or to 3 minutes of information, you know, that's got to, like, capture your time and take you someplace and form your thoughts. And if you've already gone down a certain algorithm, it will take you further and further down that algorithmic form of thought, you know what I mean? We're exposed to puppy clips, then politics, then happy babies, then images of war and violence, all in a span of minutes, all day, every day. We were never meant to absorb so much. Yeah, but why is that? It's like our brain, like, it has to be something to do. Like, I honestly cannot imagine whatever that is and its purpose. It has to be like some form of brainwashing, some weird thing that, like, short circuits your brain, so it's just that much easier to turn it into something else, to make you more suggestible, to make you mentally exhausted, to, like, limit your ability to, like, focus. It doesn't work on your browser. Oh, well, yeah, I mean, on the phone, it's probably where most people watch it. You should listen to audiobooks on YouTube. There's some short stories, like big name books on YouTube. Sometimes you don't need Audible, and I paid not to have commercials on YouTube. Oh yeah, that's cool. Even social media posts and comments are brain rot. Not one is having an actual conversation where there's 500 people saying one sentence. I totally agree. Like, you don't get anything from it. I remember on Reddit you kind of got that, but Reddit is such like a sort of like leftist hive mind that's also like bought out. Like, you can't get two sides of anything. You can't get any sort of external perspectives. Everybody who, like, deviates gets banned, but it's the only website that actually has somewhat of, like, conversations with each other in the comments. And Reddit, you know, based on that, that's probably why Reddit is dying, because there's just no way to monetize a place like that, you know. Like, it can artificially feel like there's a large sum of people looking at something when you see, like, 50,000 updates or 1,000 updates, whatever. And sure, there might be a degree of eyes on something, but in reality, you don't know to what extent it's botted or astroturfed. And I don't know. I just feel like the market share for things is kind of just dead over there. I need to disable notifications from social media apps. I feel the urge to click and it never is important. Yeah, it's always like especially Reddit. Reddit sends you like a message being like, hey, don't you want to go over here and waste some fucking time hearing about some idiots? It's like, yeah, I guess so. You're probably right. Barely any room for nuance when ideologies get so polarized. I agree. I think it's starting to die, but I mean, at the same time, I could just be full of shit. It could just be like the echo chambers we exist in that make us think that people's minds are starting to open up to having conversations with each other. But at the same time, I mean, I think that form of thought where you can't, you sit there and blame your opposition for every fucking issue in the world it needs to die. Like, it literally needs to go away. I stopped using social media after doing some research into Facebook and Meta. They are definitely doing something nefarious. They're a $1 trillion company. Yeah, it's not just like collecting your data anymore. I mean, it's got to be some degree of conditioning for something. Hey, little bean, what's up? I have to guard my mental health like a pit bull chewing on a toddler. Exactly. What kind of groceries should you buy? Just get ones without ingredients. Just get whole foods, one ingredient. Fruit, vegetable, meat, egg. And that's it. Fuck, why did I sneeze? Resubmitted your awful neighbor story. Can't wait to relive the nightmare. Yeah, I apologize. I might not be able to get to it tonight because there's like 12,000 words in this one. Thank you for the blessings. Ethically raised goldfish snacks, exactly. The ones that they got out of a koi pond. Man. We kind of joked around about the owner, like he was a vampire who lived in the basement and the abandonment was some ruse or gallows humor and he died years ago and nobody noticed. And this joke kind of weighed on us, and one of the neighbors contacted the district for, I don't know, some kind of international wellness check. Now, we were assured that the owner was perfectly fine and living abroad and had every right to leave his property the way it was, as long as it wasn't in danger of collapsing or causing a safety hazard. And then the graffiti started, and we knew that it was a few of the neighborhood kids letting off some steam, including, I suspected, my own 15-year-old son, and so none of us really did anything about it. But slowly and surely, the building started to get tagged, scribbled at first, and then some genuinely kind of impressive artwork. And it was better than the squat brick monstrosity with the boarded-up windows, I guess. One piece was a parody of that British artist Banksy, and I am absolutely certain that one was my son because he'd conveniently been asking me about Banksy a few weeks before the art appeared. And so yeah, we called it the Nightmare House, but it was all in good fun. And if the owner cared about the graffiti or the yard turning into the Amazon, then he certainly never let that on. And for all I know, there was nobody in the vicinity who was even in touch with him, and he simply didn't know or care. Why he bought the house and left it to rot was anyone's guess. I know the answer now, but that can wait until the end of the story. We first noticed that something was up when the Nightmare House... I've been banned on Reddit countless times. I have a run of Gmail accounts. I won't give Google my phone number under the fucker, so I made Outlook email. Yeah, I've been banned on Reddit. It's so stupid. Everybody's been banned on Reddit. Like, you say anything that deviates from what their little hive mind thinks, and you're fucking gone. Front page of the internet, the name is meant to be like. I read it already because I saw it first. Yeah, back in the day, I mean, like it was where, when there were many more internet sites gathering information about things could be collated over there on Reddit so you could see it first, right? But yeah, it just got way too inside of its head. It had, all the Reddit moderators acted more like war chieftains, a bunch of nerdy war fucking chieftains thinking that they're the coolest guy on the net. And then you see that video of one of the major moderators saying that they need legal and financial support from the tops of Reddit or whatever. And I'll be honest with you, you could probably do that with Reddit if you figured out how to actually monetize with advertisements the site itself in an efficient way, in the way that you would with like YouTube. But it's really hard to do. Whatever. Fuck it, who cares? Fuck Reddit, it's gay. When someone complains, someone asked a question on a Reddit, why didn't you search for this on Google? And someone says, all loads lead to Reddit. Yeah. All loads. This is your 5th stream. What's up, Ian? Good to see you, dude. I did have one positive Reddit experience. Nick wrote a thread on how to make the PSP GPS work in North America that was terribly vague. Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be, if you're trying to find like information on something, you know, you can do that, even though you always get those people like, it looks like it's your first time. Tell me it's not. Tell me it's your first time without telling me it's your first time looking up PSP GPS work. It's like, yeah, that's why I'm fucking here, you pieces of fucking nerd shit. I can smell your grease. David, thank you for the almost $3. Thank you. We first noticed that something was up with the Nightmare House when one day, the boards over the front door disappeared. And that was all, nothing more, just that. And murmurs spread through the neighborhood. Had the owner finally returned after his decades-long estrangement? Fucking Christ. Dude, one sneeze and I'm just like, fucked. Lurkmore, thank you for the 2. Thanks for the gold, kind stranger. Thank you so much. Hopefully you're not like the right-wing Nazis over on Instagram. Ever since Twitter changed, I've never been on Twitter ever since because it's overrun with Nazis. Anybody that tells me I have to take a shower is a fucking Nazi. Which is true. Okay. That was all. Nothing more, just that. Murmurs spread through the neighborhood. Had the owner finally returned after his decades-long estrangement? Decades-long estrangement. Decades-long estrangement. My health insurance company keeps vaguely canceling me if I don't take the tests. What tests? Tron City with a $5 super chat. Thanks, Tron City. You're my idol. True. Soap is bad for your skin microbiology. What if it is, honestly? What if we've been just, like, scraping off really good dirt? We could just shake it off. We could just jump up and down and shake it off. Had the owner finally returned after his decades-long estrangement from his poop hole of a house? Had he employed a caretaker? Had he sold the property? Sadly, none of the answers were this positive, as we'd soon learn. Squatters had moved in. And looking back, it's wild that this hadn't happened before now. The place was rife for squatting, and yet it had remained untouched. Not anymore, though. A few of us kept watch. Yeah, I know this might make it sound like certain... What the fuck? A few of us kept watch. Yeah, I know this makes us sound like curtain-twitching Karens, but some of us had young kids and we wanted to know what kind of squatters we were dealing with here. And we counted 4 regulars who clearly lived there and a bunch of others who came and went. And it was pretty obvious from the get-go that these weren't student squatters or struggling homeless people who just wanted a warm place for the night. One of the guys, the leader I would call them, was bald and covered in tattoos. He had some... Oh my god, bald. That's kind of scary when someone's bald. He had about 5 visible teeth, and when he was shirtless, which was often, you could see vicious purple track marks running up and down his forearms. And he wasn't the kind of addict that you could feel sorry for, though. This guy was nasty. If he saw one of us even glancing in his direction, he'd hiss and let loose a torrent of abuse. And he really wanted to establish the fact that this was his neighborhood now, and none of us. What's up, G? How we doing? G Wilts, you should change your username. Unless you want to be G Wilts. You can do it in your settings. It's like one of the... YouTube gives you like a weird... Or just gives everybody like weird usernames on the baseline. He really wanted to establish the fact that this was his neighborhood now, and none of us better F with him. The other squatters called him Crunk. What a name, though. And then there was Blippo and F-Jockey, not exactly how that name went, and they were almost as bad as him. God damn it. Then there was Blippo and F-Jockey, not exactly sure how that name went, and they were almost as bad as him. F-Jockey was missing a leg just below the knee, and sometimes he'd hobble around on a rusty prosthetic, and other times he'd traverse the broken pathways of the Nightmare House in a cranky old wheelchair, and I'm amazed that thing even really moved. And finally there was Finlay, who was the least worst of the four. He'd at least occasionally offer mumbled apologies to the neighbors, while sort of skulking around wearing the same gray hoodie that he always wore. And he also clearly never washed it because you could smell him coming a mile off or smell where he'd been. And this is why I say that he was the least worst rather than a good guy, because when the thefts started, the crime scenes often reeked of Finlay, and he was the smallest and thinnest of the squatters, and we were certain that he was the one sneaking into neighbors' houses and stealing food and essentials. Never anything valuable, nothing that could cause too much of a rage, but someone was stealing our bread and our Twinkies, our detergent, that kind of stuff. And of course he somehow managed to slip in and out unnoticed without violently breaking and entering, and so whenever we reported these thefts to the cops, it sounded kind of pathetic. "Oh hey, officer, yeah, someone stole a bunch of bananas from the counter," or "Excuse me, detective, but our mop's gone missing and I can smell the aftermath of some homeless man." What we did try doing was reporting the squatters to the authorities, but apparently there are laws and protections for squatters, particularly ones that require the property's owner to make the report themselves. The cops told us that the owner would have even... Dude, squatter protection rights seems so weird to me. Like, imagine owning a place and just some like random pirates arrive at your home and now it's just like, well, I can't get rid of them. Would squatters' rights apply at the White House? I don't think so. I think the second you step on the lawn, you get like exploded by like electric mines. I just remember there was like some place, I think it was probably out in, out west somewhere, whether it was like Portland or whatever it was, but it was like you own a drugstore, and then it was almost like they would... like larger companies would send in squatters to basically cause issues around the property, right? And then eventually as they move out or whatever, then they would squat in the property, so it would cause even further issues. So then eventually you could just like buy up the property for pennies on the dollar over the long haul because you completely fucked over like the, smaller company or ma and pa store or whatever. So it's almost like you can imagine some of these squatters are like working for BlackRock or some shit like that, you know what I mean? They have to reside for 31 days, receive mail, and then claim. But yeah, but it's like so weird. It's like this isn't fucking Minecraft, you know what I mean? Like if someone owns a property, Why is someone allowed to just, like, show up, exist in its vicinity, and then somehow, like, oh, I got an Xbox magazine sent here, I guess it's my house now. Like, it's just like, what a fucking weird concept. No, I'm not, yeah, it's just so strange. The cops told us that the owner wouldn't even respond to them about it, and he was almost impossible to track down in whichever foreign country he lived in anyway, so for all they could prove, the squatters were legitimate tenants. They weren't, of course, you could just tell, but without the owner actually confirming this or filing any kind of charges, they were free to come and go in their adopted home as they pleased. And they would do all sorts of stupid and creepy crap that gradually wore us down. My family, me, my wife, and my two kids were their direct neighbors, so we got the brunt of the hassle. And it started with dumb stuff, like connecting my garden hose to an outdoor faucet, and then swiping the hose and using it to fill their outdoor pool. Now, this was during a time when using hoses was banned, so I only found out about this when I received a letter warning me about my property's water usage. And even though I couldn't prove for sure that it was the squatters, but the hose had been left right by the fence and they mysteriously had a full pool in their back garden. Not an actual one or anything, it was like a large kiddie pool, but still. Now, one time I did catch them. They'd connected an extension cord to our outdoor electricity outlet and snaked it over the fence to plug in what appeared to be an in-progress stereo stack system like you'd find in the 80s. And it seemed like they were building some kind of outdoor sound system under a makeshift gazebo they'd erected. And in retrospect, I should have been more alarmed by what this implied, but I was too mad about the electrical theft. I just unplugged the extension cord, and despite my wife pleading for me to just let it go, I stormed next door. F-Jockey answered the door, laying it on heavy about how hard it had been for him to answer the door trying to play the victim, but I was having none of it. I demanded to speak to Crunk. F-Jockey told me to wait and then shut the door in my face. Now, I could hear him yelling for Crunk inside and then heard Crunk's response, and he sounded pretty heavily high on whatever. And when he eventually came to the door, his eyes were bloodshot and he still had a rubber strap tied around his upper arm. To his credit, it was the first time that he'd ever been polite and amicable. He apologized, very sincerely, for stealing my electricity, but told me that he thought that I wouldn't mind, because I seemed like such a nice, generous guy who clearly cared for his neighbors. And then he started going on about how we were all children of Gaia, and how electricity was a tool of the man, and if we didn't share it and spread it around, then we were just doing what they wanted. It was nonsense, but the way he spoke and the cadence of his voice, there was something hypnotic about it, and I somehow found myself agreeing to let him use my outlet. I somehow found myself agreeing to let him fuck my wife. I don't know. It just made sense. Jackie Chan Not with the 5 gifters to Angie Owens, Rossogary, Mystery, Arame, and Tsunami. Welcome, friends. You now have access to bonus content thanks to Not Jackie Chan. What's up, Johnny? You want to be a member? Yeah, it's kind of random whenever there are gifters who it goes to, so. Regarding squatting, it's an old law designed to prevent land going unused, resource hoarding. I don't know why no one bothers to fix it. Yeah, you would think there'd be something there, but especially for, like, people with, you know, wealth and property ownership, you would think there'd be. Because I have no doubt that, like, apartment buildings that are open probably don't allow squatters, or maybe they have private security. I have no fucking clue. It just seems very, very strange and abstract to protect those people. Hey, see you, Nasty Nate. Take care, broski. I somehow found myself agreeing to let him use my outdoor outlet, and as I walked away, I kind of realized how Charles Manson managed to get so many followers. Some people just have something about them, no matter how obnoxious and vile they seem to be, and Crunk was clearly one of these people. The more I thought about it, the more dangerous I realized he could potentially be. I knew that we either had to drive those squatters out or somehow integrate them into the community. At our next hangout with the neighborhood guys, we decided that we'd try the latter. We'd invite them to our next cookout and try and make them feel welcome. Maybe they could help. And I was the one hosting the neighborhood cookout, so they could just hop the fence and join us for burgers and beers. I didn't have the opportunity to invite them to the cookout, though, as the next day, I went to get the barbecue grill set up for the summer and give it the usual routine maintenance and a good clean. And to my surprise, the space it usually occupied on my back porch was just empty. It wasn't a tiny barbecue grill either. It was a good 4 feet wide, a decently expensive piece of kit. And how they got it over the fence and into the Nightmare House's yard is beyond me even now. But still, they did it. Still, they went ahead and did it, didn't they? Robin Hood, thank you for the 50 Nokia bucks. Is going to bed now, going to listen to the video in the background until I fall asleep. Good night from Norway. Good night, Norwegian. We love you. If you can bench 225, you have the right to squat. Bro, don't even say that, because every meth head, without even training, can weigh 155 pounds, soaking wet, and probably bench like 500 pounds when they're smoking that good shit. Oh wait, hey Justin, are you still here? Do you use Manuka honey? And if you use Manuka honey, do you use any Manuka honey in like skincare or anything like that? How they got it over the fence and into the Nightmare House's yard is beyond me even now. But steal it they did, which I confirmed by glancing over the fence and saw Crunk and the boys grilling burgers on my grill, which they hadn't cleaned, so it was giving off a bit of a stench. When Crunk saw me looking, he waved and gave me a whole, "Hey neighbor, wanna come over for some patties?" Now I kinda just let out that it was my grill, and Crunk sort of beamed this wide, toothless smile and said, yeah, he knew. He thought he'd give it a trial run for me before barbecue season started actually. And that was, of course, that they'd clean it all up and return it unharmed when they were done with it. I just felt helpless. What the hell was I supposed to say? I felt poised on... Do you use it as a skincare? Okay. I feel like it wouldn't be good as like a wiener thing. Just get stuck in there, stuck in the bee's nest. I felt positioned on a knife's edge, like everything was just about balanced right now, but in a single nudge in my... What the fuck am I even saying? I felt positioned on a knife's edge, like everything was just about balanced right now, but a single nudge in my entire life would collapse straight into the blade. I don't know if I'm expressing just how intimidating it all was, but ever since they moved in, it was just these looks, these sneers, these snatches of overheard conversation that I couldn't prove were about me and the neighbors, but were definitely talking about how they'd mess things up for anyone who gave them a hassle. And Crunk had these eyes that had a sort of dead glint to them. Crazy eyes, just like Manson or any of those cult leader guys. Now maybe I'm just a pussy, but I genuinely felt like if I dared to fight back in any way, something terrible would befall me and my family. My cowardice changed that weekend, though. I'd been working late into the night, so I didn't get up until just past midday, and my wife was out at her job. My son was camping with some buddies, so I called for my daughter to say hi, but she was nowhere to be found. I brewed my morning, now afternoon, coffee and stepped into the yard for a little cigarette. I know, smoking will kill you. Don't start it, kids. Anyways, I could smell cooking meat and the pungent smell of my uncleaned grill, and I could hear music playing on the stereo system that the squatters had set up using my electricity. And I could hear voices. Crunk, F-Jockey, Blippo, Finlay, a couple of unfamiliar male voices, a few female voices, and then a very familiar voice sounding kind of unsure and nervous. It was my daughter. My now 16-year-old daughter somehow next door with these filthy squatters. And feeling like a kind of weirdo but not wanting to look like one, I looked over the fence. And there she was, in that weird kiddie pool that they'd filled using my hose. She was wearing a bikini, one that I'd had no idea she even owned, because if I had, I would have had severe words for her about wearing it out, considering it barely covered anything and she was 16 for Christ's sakes. And there she was, in that pool with Crunk, who I could unfortunately see was completely naked, sidling up to my daughter and trying to persuade her to free herself and lose those clothes like the rest of them. And that's when I noticed the other 3 naked girls lounging around that yard. They looked older than my daughter, but only just, and there were a couple of guys, and F-Jockey and Blippo, all completely nude, sprawled out around the garden, eating these greasy burgers and smoking what I definitely could smell was pot. And how the hell they talked my daughter into going over there in just that scrap of a bikini, I'll never know. Following the event, she didn't want to talk about it, and I could tell that she was ashamed and scared, so I never really pushed her on it. All I know is that she implied that Crunk was incredibly persuasive, in exactly the way that I'd considered when I compared him to Charles Manson. A red mist overtook me. I grabbed the first weapon I had, a shovel, and managed to pull myself over the 6-foot-high fence and leap into the squatter's garden. Now, with a blow that impressed even myself, I punctured the kiddie pool with that shovel and then pressed it up against Crunk. Soupsinil, thank you and welcome to the Buttersalt Cult. You now have access to bonus content. I hope I said that name right. The Cult of Persuasiveness. YouTube is making me mad right now. It won't let me change my profile pic. Fuck. With a blow that impressed even myself, I punctured that kiddie pool with a shovel and then pressed it up against Crunk's throat before anyone had a chance to react. I saw Blippo, the biggest of the guys, start to stand up, and I told him that if he moved a muscle, his buddy would be missing a head. And all the while, I noticed Finlay standing in the corner of the yard kind of shaking, looking like he was going through H withdrawals. Jesus Christ, what a life these people led. And Crunk raised his hands and started on about how I was freaking out over nothing, that I was being a controlling father, that my daughter was an adult in her own person and could do what she wanted. Now at this point I was shaking with rage and struggling not to deprive my kids of a father by committing first-degree murder. I told Crunk through these gritted teeth that my daughter was in fact not an adult and was a 16-year-old child. Meanwhile, my daughter was crying and begging me to forgive her, saying that she was sorry, begging me not to think less of her, things like that. And it broke my heart, and I told her that I didn't judge her at all. Just in the middle of holding a weapon to someone's throat. I don't judge you at all, sweetheart. But we must break forth. Just adopted your first cat after being a dog guy your whole life. Any tips? That's cool. Yeah, I mean, just treat it like a dog, love it aggressively like a dog. Understand that sometimes it's like just gonna want to go do its own thing. But sometimes you kind of just have to pick it up and bring it with you places. There's like these self-cleaning litter boxes that are really nice because you'll come to find that cleaning a litter box is a pain in the dick. There's also like cat water fountains that like cycle through water. I would suggest getting a bowl of good dry food, but also daily doing a bowl of like wet food so that they can do the wet food for hydration, but then also the dry food to like clean their teeth with or whatever and have fiber. And that's true too. You can do more than one litter box too to give them like options, because they're very like scent based. So sometimes cats will smell like other cats on your clothes, and if your clothes are laying on the ground, they might even like piss on them. Not always, but sometimes they can get that way. Or maybe they do that to express their frustration because you left them there for a while or something. Anyways, it's like the emotions of a cat are interesting because they are a lot more nuanced than like a dog. Like a dog is in your face and he's like, I fucking love you, you know what I mean? Whereas like a cat can like love you, but he'll keep like a, I really do love you. Like just not even, basically cats are women, dogs are men. That's pretty much it. Ugh. You have to earn a cat's trust. Yeah, it's definitely like cats sometimes like choose one particular person in the house to kind of like be around all the time. But you can be that person, especially if it's just you. It narrows down your competition. But yeah, I always kind of find the male cats, I don't know, I've heard like male cats are a lot more chill than the female cats. I did not have sexual relations with Gorilla Glue. I'm gonna tell Joe, why are you talking about? Well, what are you guys talking about? This cat ran away from home and chose me instead of, funny enough, same story with my first ever cat. Oh, that's cool. Male cats are chill. Yeah, they're pretty sick. My cat freaks out if 2 people are gone, but if there are 2 to 3 people, she is chill. It broke my heart, and I told her that I didn't judge her at all, but I couldn't look at her in the moment. Not that I wouldn't, but I was just too hesitant to take my eyes off of Crunk. I told my daughter to get out of the now deflated kiddie pool, grab a towel, and head back to our house now. Crunk had the absolute gall to moan that it was his towel and we couldn't steal it, and I responded by pressing the shovel, brand new and unblunted by lack of use, right against his stupid throat. And I think he knew I was serious. And then when I was sure that my daughter had left the backyard, I said, I'm gonna go now. And I slowly backed away. As I was leaving, I left them with one final warning. I suggested that they find a new place to squat because my patience was at an end and I wouldn't be so forgiving next time. I said a bunch of other stuff too, like if they ever came near my daughter again, it would be the end of them, and that they were no longer going to steal my crap, that kind of thing. And I swear to God, Crunk just smiled at me and said, May the Lord bless and watch over you. And I remember shivering as I left their back gate and followed my daughter back to our house. And for some reason, I didn't think that the Lord, which Crunk referred to, Crunky, young Crunky on the track. Joel, guess what? You have passed a really big test. Why do I not set alarms for your live nights? Anyways, I'm here now. You can start over. Alright, let's start from the beginning. We're gonna keep crunking around here. For some reason, I didn't think that the Lord which Crunk referred to was the same Lord I worshipped in church most Sundays. and the squatters didn't move out. We had a neighborhood meeting in which we discussed potential ideas of getting rid of them. None of them were any good. They either involved violence or had no chance of working, and we all left feeling very dejected. But then a mysterious stranger solved the problem for us. One evening, all the squatters were out doing God knows what people like that do, and, at least from what I overheard them suspecting, a drug dealer they'd pissed off sent his goons around and firebombed that house with a couple of Molotov cocktails, or something. And the goons somehow got in through the backyard, hurled those cocktails through the back windows, which the squatters had removed the boards from sometime previously. And by the time the fire department put that blaze out, the house was a charred husk. Nobody would be living there anytime soon, and somehow no security camera footage You do an amazing job. Keep it up. Thank you. Hey, Joe, legally blind listener here. Just learned about these live videos a few weeks ago. They're bomb diggity. Okay, bye. Thanks, Chels. Appreciate you. Sorry. I need to make this a 5-hour stream so I can listen tomorrow at work. Yeah, we might end up getting there. Still got, I think, another story or two after this. He blorped. He blorped. Okay. By the time the fire department put the blaze out, the house was a charred husk. Nobody would be living there anytime soon, and somehow no security camera footage captured. And somehow, no security camera captured footage of the culprits. No arrests were made, and no evidence was found. The squatters moved on, and the neighbors all celebrated their departure despite the scare of the fire. I celebrated too, but it was something that I kept to myself. I'd installed an outdoor security camera after the incident with my daughter, and it captured the neighboring property's yard, and I told the cops that I hadn't gotten around to setting it up yet, but that was a lie. You see, the camera didn't capture a bunch of drug dealer henchmen showing up to burn the place down. It captured a single figure, leaving my house in his beloved Nirvana hoodie, and it showed him vaulting over the fence, and with shaking hands, throwing that Molotov into the property, and then it showed him climbing back over the fence and disappearing back into my house. My son and daughter are... What a twist. Do you remember what live video it was with the bus blooper? I have no idea, bro. That must have been a long ass time ago. Maybe almost more than a year. Oh, whose birthday is it? Rainbow? Rainbow Trout? Rainbow Sparkle Grams? Happy birthday. My son and daughter are twins, and my son is incredibly protective over his sister, and we never spoke about the incident. After I viewed and deleted that footage, I spoke to my wife in front of my son and said that they are very lucky that the fire hadn't spread to our house, that the firebombers needed to be more responsible. Responsible, my wife asked and laughed. I just nodded and gave my son a look. One day, I'm going to have to talk with him. I'm going to have to tell him that he must never ever do anything as insane as that again, that violence isn't the answer, that no matter how sure he was that the squatters were all out, he couldn't be 100% sure. But not just yet. What the fuck is this saying? No matter how sure he was but not just yet for... Okay, with the conversation. Alright. Candy corn. How much candy corn can you guys eat before you throw up? that no matter how sure he was that the squatters were all out, he couldn't be 100% sure. But not just yet. For now, I'm just still celebrating their departure and the return of the owner who, due to the structural damage, was able to have the property demolished. Now, for one final sting in the tail, the owner of the property joined us in the bar one night, and he apologized profusely for how things had played out. He explained that he grew up in that house as a foster child, and while he didn't go into detail, he told us that he suffered there, and he called it the Nightmare House, which caused us all to shoot each other a look. He explained that he'd grown up and put the past behind him and become a successful software engineer back when the internet was first taking off. And then, when he saw the house was up for sale in the market, he bought it with the intention of having it demolished then. But he was denied permission by the district for some reason or another, and instead he was left owning the property filled with this cancerous memory like an albatross around his neck. And so his way of getting revenge on the house was to let it rot, and again, he apologized profusely for not considering the effect that would have on the rest of the neighborhood. But now, with the damage to the house, he'd finally been granted permission to have it knocked down and had decided that he was going to turn the land into a graffiti art area and a skate park, having seen photos of some of the graffiti before the squatters moved in. He ended the night by saying that he wished he could thank the arsonists and then looked around at all of us. Now, I'm sure he thought one of us had burned the place down, and honestly, even knowing a hint of the dark memories that place held for him, I'm not surprised that he was grateful that he could finally wake up from the nightmares of the Nightmare House. As for what became of those squatters, who knows? And frankly, after the crap they pulled, who cares? I used to eat popcorn. I used to eat candy corn sandwiches as a kid. I've asked my mom why she let me do that. She was like, you didn't too many, Sonny didn't see it as a bug deal. I just imagine that's exactly what your mom said. She said, didn't too many, Sonny didn't see it as a bug deal, kid. What would be on the candy corn sandwiches, though? I almost feel like that might not be terrible. Think about it. Normal bread, whatever you're choosing, perhaps even like a nice swirl, and then like you got some Nutella. No, not butter. Jesus Christ. You got Nutella right down on either side, and then you just sprinkle as, candy corn to your taste on top of it. Listen, when you're a kid, diabetes is not real. Your veins turning into like hard hoses that can't push any blood through is a myth and an issue for future you. And even though you sometimes wish that maybe your mother would have looked out for you in that regard for your own future, I feel like that's a lot to expect of moms. That is something that I wish my mother did, though. She let me eat whatever the fuck. Like, dude, I'm not kidding. When I was a kid, I was having like 6 fucking normal sodas a day. I would get out of like school. She would take me to have like Reese's ice cream shit. I wasn't even like a bad kid either. It wasn't like one of those things where like I had to have it or I would cry or complain. It was just like, here it is. And then, I don't know, maybe it was like slowly trying to kill me or something. Or fatten me up so I never like left. I don't know. But, Reese's, yeah. Well, I usually say Reese's, but some people say Reese's. Racist cups. You eat one and you just want to scream bad words. But no, I don't even know. I just think about that. I think about like, I used to be like, interact with kids who had moms who were like, no, you're not drinking soda. You're going to have an apple and a fucking celery and an egg. And like, that's what you get. But honestly, there's like a part of me that's like, holy fuck, bro. Why did I not have a mom that limited me to like egg? You'd be so much better off. Sitsitar, thank you for the gifter to Shanti Times. Ready for the supposed Snowmageddon. Alright, we're gonna find out how much snow I'm gonna get real quick. The Silencer M16, thank you for the 3,000 W coins. There's no shut-off switch. The more you eat without insulin, the hungrier and skinnier you get. Skinnier? What do you mean? It's like type 1 diabetes, or what are you talking about? Alright, tonight through Thursday, light snow and flurries possible with only a coating of about 1 to 3 inches in some spots. We got more than that. Big weekend snowstorm, most significant. There's developing winter storm threat this weekend, especially Saturday night into Sunday. Most likely scenario 4 to 8 inches, which is massive, by the way, of snow. Snow Sunday into Monday for 7 to 8. Okay. Paranormal stories, you got it. Higher totals possible. Some forecast models and meteorologists suggest up to a foot, 12 inches. Uncertainty still exists. Alright, well, I guess we're just getting close to a foot of snow. Had that before. My dad no longer produces his own insulin. He got DKA and was hospitalized for a week. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. You want to... Yeah, driving around the snow is rough. It's freaking annoying, dude. Snow in Houston. Nice, dude. That's awesome. The end of the world is here. Alright, is this our last story? I feel like it might be. Yeah, it is. Guys, can I go make a tea and come back? And then I'll fill you in on the tea of this. No. MAGA, baby. Alright. I'm gonna go make some hot boiling water and BRB. Alright. Who installed the camera in my toilet? This has been literally the spookiest Let's Read live stream of all time. Drop the idle music track link, please. Yes, that is... Does anybody remember the name of it? Fuck, what is it called again? I'm an idiot. How do I... Wait, no, wait. In my core A, secede. There you go. In my... How do I forget? You guys know more about me than me. Wouldn't it be sick if, like, your actual brain was just something you could, like, ask it? Like, hey, what's this? And then it knows it. Wait. Okay. Gucci Malucci, love from Greenland. We will soon own you. No, I'm just kidding. I have no idea what's going on with that. Hopefully. Peace. I only want peace. Just peace. Peace would be cool. I don't know what the fuck. Hey, Shorn. What's up, broski? How's you been doing? I've been good, honestly. Like, you know. Turns out tonight was the spookiest live stream of all time. People don't really see the spooky meter, but I have a spooky meter over here on how spooked everyone is, and kind of like Monsters Inc., where we measure your adrenochrome, but here it's basically just like the tension I can feel from everybody. You think Jesus would approve of communism or capitalism? Well, I think Jesus said it best, and render to Caesar what is Caesar's and to God what is God. I mean, when you really look at, like, I guess what Jesus was trying to talk about, it's like he was very community driven, very, you know, spiritually oriented. His kingdom was not of the earth. So I don't really think Jesus necessarily cared what form of government, you exist under, you know, whether it's authoritarian or of any form. You know, presumably he was more focused on whatever message he was trying to prevail to people, I suppose. Human rights are overrated, come fight me. Yeah, dude, they don't even... What about human wrongs? You wanna play some duos Fortnite with me? Juice WRLD's in the shop. I would, honestly. Honestly, after playing Arc Raiders so much, I'm like, in a weird way, it's like, imagine going on like carnivore diet and then eating fucking broccoli as like a cheat meal. That's kind of what it's felt like playing Arc Raiders, where like playing a game that I would have sworn off my entire existence in the form of Fortnite actually feels like it might be a good time comparatively. Alright. So recently I moved into an apartment block in a pretty artsy area of a pretty artsy neighborhood. Now I won't dox myself, but you can probably guess one of two places I mean, and it's not the New York one. I love this apartment building. It was more of a boarding house, really. Only 8 apartments in the top four. It was more of a boarding house, really. Only 8 apartments in the top floor belonging to the building super. And all the neighbors were really friendly, and most of us were artists of some sort. And there was me, a painter, and then we had a singer, a couple of writers, 2 more painters, and a mixed media artist, and apparently a sculptor. The sculptor was the neighbor directly across from me. Nobody knew his name, or even if he definitely was a he. I mean, he just made... You're missing your friends. Where'd they go? Thank you, Jesus, for his food. De nada. Oh, man. I was thinking about the sun recently. I was like, maybe... I kind of wish like our society sort of worshipped the sun a little bit. Maybe not worshipped it, but definitely had a stronger degree of admiration for it, you know? It's like... essentially no life on the earth is able to continue onward without the sun. And then on top of that, it, like everything it does influences something on the earth, and it's also so catastrophically, incomprehensibly large that if you were to ever get near it, you know, before you would even be remotely close to it, you would be burned to a crisp or die of lack of oxygen or radiation or whatever. And then even whenever, just think about that, like something so incredibly far away yet so incredibly big, and only like minute changes by it can like drastically change your entire year or what happens on Earth. Like it just like, it will like fucking let out like a small little like silent but deadly fart and the entire grid goes down, and then you can't even stare at it in the sky, you can't even look at it, and it's fucking so bright. It's so astoundingly bright you go blind by looking at it. How many Earths fit into the sun? Good question, let's look that up. How many Earths fit into sun? About 1.3 million Earths. Holy shit. 1.3 million Earths. That's psychotic. Wow. Send you an email, my answer. Look for a story I've submitted. Okay. The sun and the moon are lovers who only meet during the eclipse. Isn't it weird? Like, and then like somehow the size of, like the distance of the moon from Earth, is at just such a perfect point where when it passes in front of the sun, you know, between the Earth and the sun, it just creates like that absolutely perfect radius. Is the radius the right term? Or diameter? Like, I don't even know, dude. It's just like all of it is so astoundingly crazy. And it seems like all the great minds in like history always eventually lead themselves to God or some sort of like divine creation of some sort, you know. And it's weird because it's like all the like, you know, minor usages of science. So many people feel, especially like Redditors and stuff, feel so like emboldened by the concept that there is no intelligent creator of anything. But then, you know, the higher up you go in the rankings of like scientistery, Scientology, you know, they always lead to like something where they're just like, I don't fucking know, but I think it's a god. What moon phase was I born on? I think I was born in the gibbous. Can I ask my mom what time I'm born? Dude, I know what time I'm born, but I don't want to tell you because like then it's just gonna spoil everything. You know what I mean? Because I was born on the Gibbons monkey moon cycle. I'm just terrified that you guys are gonna tell me some weird astrology shit that's gonna like make me ruminate in the back of my mind that like this is my lot in life. You know what I mean? And it's gonna completely ruin seasons 4 through 8 of Joel, you know what I mean? Which I feel like 8 seasons is a solid show. When I was a kid, someone from the planetarium came to our school and told us that the sun was getting bigger and bigger, and one day I'd get so big it engulfed the earth. I know, don't they love, isn't that weird? Like they, like someone hears that and then they just say it. All, like they just, everybody loves to say it. Like everybody loves to look a little kid in the eye and just suck out any fucking like hope of divine love from them. Like the second they're fucking born, they love to like look at a kid and like, did you know that one fucking day none of this will exist because you and your little fucking parents will be dead because the moon exploded and so did the sun and it ate your dog. Fuck you, kid. Enjoy the rest of your field trip. It's like, what does that do for a kid, really? You know? Other than just, like, make the sad janitor who told that story at the fucking aquarium feel, like, slightly... like he gets to go talk about it in his fucking Discord server later, like a weirdo. Guess what I did to a kid? I ruined any fucking glint in his eye. Science without faith is lame and faith without science is stupid or some yeah, that makes sense. And when I asked when it would happen, he laughed and said, oh, don't worry, you and everyone you will ever known will be dead for years. But yeah, they always like, how can I just like impart the worst forms of nihilism into a child? Oh, you're 8 years old? Well, let me make you want to fucking jump off of a cliff. Let me tell you about space. Joel thinks we are evil witches. He is scared of us, tells information. Yeah, because you guys are like trying to hone in on my fucking coordinates. Hey Joel, what exact minute are you born into? And if you can just give me the 3 digits on the back of your spiritual credit card. Wait, that's actually true. I can never tell you guys what minute I was born in because if you guys are witches, you'll have enough data to do whatever fucking weird voodoo shit you want to do. Oh, an apple. Okay. Oh, a candied apple. Okay, you can have everything. I had many life crisis moments as a child. I remember reckoning with the idea of death while playing in our tiny treehouse outside. Yeah, I don't know. Don't ever give a fae your full name. Is that a slur? Is a fae a slur? Joel sees us all as holding hands and circling, rocking back and forth while we mumble raps. And the power of many. Oh, yeah. I'm like, guys, I'm just trying to do my work. Sitting there cross-legged with a laptop on my nuts. But I'm also naked for some reason. Okay. The sculptor was the neighbor directly across from me. Nobody knew his name, or even if he definitely was a he. He just went by the moniker TTT, all capital. And the rest would often have sort of group brainstorming sessions where we chat about art and set the world to rights. Set the world to rights. Is that a phrase of sorts? Triple H. The power of many. The power of many. Found my grandmother dead at 12. Might message you the story. Also found my 3-month-old daughter. Oh man, I'm so sorry. Oh, that sounds... Jeez. The rest of us would often have sort of group brainstorm evenings where we'd chat about art and set the world to rights in the common room or TV room that we all shared on the ground floor. Triple T never joined us, of course, and soon the mysterious sculptor became the subject of fascination for a group of creatives with hefty imaginations and too much time on our hands, obviously. Nearly all of the theories about... Theories. Do I have Super Chat turned off? I do not, no. Some people said they have trouble with Super Chat as well. I think YouTube wants me to be fucking poor and dead. That's my official statement. Just kidding. No, it's on. It's definitely on. I don't know. Maybe it's something to do with the card you're using or something? I don't really know. What creature is the animation? I don't know, it kind of looks like Krampus a little bit, you know what I mean? Something of the sorts. Looks like my uncle. They're not super chatting enough money. Oh, is there a... No, this person just did 2. I think you can do 2. I think you can do down up. I think you can just like flick me a fucking penny. Just slingshot it right at my forehead. Thanks for the penny. Oh, they don't even make pennies anymore. Fucking Federal Reserve bastards. Took away the one thing that gave all of us luck. Divine Jupiter, thank you for the 2, says, you know, galaxies are basically the same as cells. I've always thought that, like, you know, like you can kind of see the... That's why I've always kind of like been under the interpretation, just theoretically, that like if the things that govern the interaction between like electrons or atoms or whatever, in the sense that they're so far from each other, right? You know how some people are like, the distance from this basketball court and this basketball to the next atom would be from here all the way over to that mountain, comparatively. And, you know, you sit there and wonder to yourself, like, damn, what is it about that atom and that atom that they somehow, the majority of all of humanity is existing within space, right? But then what are the forces that are, like, playing off of each other? And the only thing you can really come to the conclusion maybe is that, you know, gravity might not necessarily be real, even though they use it mathematically to, you know, determine, I guess, satellite trajectories and things of like that, or international clocks or you know, that kind of stuff. And it makes sense. But yeah, maybe there's something beyond it that they're like withholding information from us. Like if all, you know, like people always say like atoms and different particles take shape based on vibration and frequencies. Maybe there's certain frequencies that exist on like a certain resonance that exists or emanates from like the black hole of the universe that creates genuinely creates the movement and perturbations and interactions between the celestial bodies that we couldn't even really comprehend. But I mean, you know, if it's not that, then the only thing I could really think, if gravity isn't like true, it would have to be some, or maybe our definition of gravity is just different. It would have to be some type of like electromagnetic interaction with each other, where it's just sort of in the same way magnets push away from each other, the planets have similar effects of sorts. So I don't know, something to think about. And hey, thank you to Strauss Outdoors with the 5 says, Immortals don't die. This is so fucking true, dude. Thank you so much. And Lit Gaming, thank you for the 5 gifters to Michael, Tina, Hierro, Xenomorph, Ian Monkey, Uncanny Shadow, and the Doofus Rex. Thank you so much, Lit Gaming. Appreciate you, bro. If anybody remembers how many has been gifted tonight, let me know. Jessica Gomez, welcome back for 5 months. What's the good news? I got a burp, sorry.
What the fuck was that? Holy shit.
Boop, the Corvid, thank you for the 2, says you'll be poor and dead. Yeah. The reflection of your teeth in the mirror made the soul of them teeth. Did it? Is there something in my teeth? And Lit Gaming, thank you for another 5 gifters to Cat B, and Williams, Binary Fairy, Dr. Cream Jeans, and Jen 6758, and Divine Jupiter, thank you so much for the 2. Says everything is also eerily perfect in creation. Yeah, I guess it kind of had to be, right? I don't know. Like, I feel so bad. I've just been getting so hard pulled into the concept of, like, Gnostic, you know, like the Gnostic belief of existing within a simulation lately, and it's really frustrating me, because, like, I can't seem to escape the thoughts of it. But, really, if you really sit there and contemplate it, linguistically, it's, you know, I say these words trying to sound smart, but it's not that smart. But if you really think about it, the definition of like a simulation that you exist in, is it really any that different than like spiritual concepts, like existing out of space and time as a creator god or whatever, you know what I mean? Because all it really implies is that like, oh, our programmers made the world, and then like in the same way, like maybe that just would be the thing that we define as God, as being the programmer creation. What is the point of a stimulation? I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, some people, like, if you go down the Gnostic, you know, Gospels perspective of, like, creating a simulation, it's like there's different layers of gods, and, like, the Archons are some weird shit, like some type of, like, lower-level angels or demons or whatever created our simulation and our dimension to like trap us in like an endless cycle of existing within this third dimension so that we can't ever escape it, you know what I mean? It's like if this is our hell, we're constantly stuck here, and like there are beings outside of our space and time that are just keeping us within an infinite loop and just harvesting our energy because it tastes like fucking Nutella to them or some shit. Fucking stupid lizard nerds. Anyways. Bullshit. I don't even know what you're saying. Am I supposed to eat bullshit? I won't be eating out for a while unless it's Thai food, making all my food for home now. I just like go out and eat at a Thai restaurant every night. My mind is very transfixed on Nutella lately, I'm sorry. I don't think we are in hell, I think we are the education center. That makes sense too, you know? But I don't know, in like a weird way, it's like I'm almost like low-key hoping that is the case, that it's just about escaping some cycles of, you know, endless reincarnation to get to the point of nirvana, because it almost seems like easier, right? Well, not necessarily easier. I guess the Christian perspective is like you don't really have to do anything, you just accept Jesus and you're Gucci. But at the same time, like if you don't do it, there's always like this weird sort of line you're teetering on where if you don't do it exactly right, you're actually a false believer and you're thrown into the pile of shit to be burned and turned into fucking Mr. Beast action figures to be collected by kids who drink poison. The power of many. Sorry, I'm not trying to be depressing. Just what happened to Tide Pods? I think we all ate them all. The kids ate them all and now they're dead, so they've lost their sustenance. I'm in a crazy car wreck today, lost my car, but at least I got to hear this live with y'all. I generally felt like it was simulation stuff going on today with all the events. I remember that too, like my friend got into a pretty severe car accident where he was going through a traffic light really fast and then someone just like made a left in front of him, but then like simultaneously hit him on the side going at that speed. And he like, I remember he said like during the moment he felt like his body, like his soul left his body to like look at what he was doing briefly. But I'm glad you're okay. That's scary as shit. I tried believing in God around 15 years, but I'm aggressively atheist now. I don't give a fuck. I'm not wasting my life anymore being worried. Yeah, and maybe that's like the deception the entire time, is like to force one's human soul to be constantly in a state of worry. But maybe the real truth is like to just rest in knowing that you'll be okay and that you don't have to worry about trying to prove yourself to God or anything like that. That if there truly is some sort of like omnipotent love, external and outside of space and time, that one's sin would be forgiven, both past, present, and future. Nearly all of the theories about TTT's true identity were ridiculous. Most of them were supernatural, and one of the painters absolutely swore that Triple T was Shia LaBeouf and claimed that she'd seen him when he moved in. And when we showed her a photo of Shia LaBeouf, though, she said it was the other Shia LaBeouf, and we could never quite work out what she actually meant by that. One of the writers decided that Triple T was a ghost, like in the movie Ghost, and that his sculptures were all clay pots, and he was waiting for his Demi Moore to sit at the pottery wheel so he could finally create again. And the singer claimed that Triple T was a beautiful woman whose face had been disfigured. There's a pic of this Jeep crash for the passenger pass. There's a misty apparition of his face screaming above the roof. Screaming? Oh god, that's creepy. The people's Shia. Christianity is bullshit. The light and love of the universe is real, and all you need is an open heart. Yeah, I don't know, man. Who knows? I never needed a book to tell me to do right and wrong. I was taught that I do it for the redemption of anything, just like helping people. For sure, man. Yeah, you guys don't need to justify anything to me or educate me on anything. I mean, if you want to, if there's a new perspective you'd like to share, I'm open to it, but I get it. But honestly, I guess sometimes I project my spiritual inclinations towards others as well, so it's all good. Why do certain beliefs, aka religions, hound you constantly to try and convert you to what they believe even after you let them know it's not what you believe? I guess like from their perspective, maybe they're like, one, I mean, there's a certain sense of like desire for control, which sometimes humans sort of like push down and, side of themselves and hide. But then at the same time, they're, within Christianity, I remember like people were always like, well, they weren't really deathly afraid of like someone's soul going to hell, but that was like the tentative like running mantra, right? Is that if you can get someone to believe in Jesus or confess it, it was like their soul was saved forever, and you're like, you got another one to add to your belt buckle. The singer claimed that Triple T was a beautiful woman whose face had been disfigured in a terrible car accident, which explained why some of her sculptures displayed in local galleries showed various figures in states of damage. I just thought that Triple T was a reclusive sculptor who valued their privacy, and whenever TTT had a new sculpture to display, it would be found standing outside their apartment, and men in some suits from a certain gallery would come to collect it. Triple T always displayed at the same gallery, which I can't name for the same reason as not wanting to dox myself, and I did try. How can growth arrive without an invite? Well, that's a good point too, yeah. I don't know, man. Life is strange. How long we've been running? We're about to hit the 4-hour mark here. We're at 3:56. So we might get that 5-hour stream they were asking for. Maybe 4.5. You might get that 4.5, baby. Alright. Triple T always displayed at the same gallery, which I can't name for the same reason as not wanting to reveal myself. I did try knocking on Triple T's door a few times. Once or twice, I heard signs of life, and one time I was absolutely certain that I was being watched through a peephole. Just a gut feeling, but it did make me shiver. But if Triple T wasn't answering, I wasn't going to keep prying in there. And that's why it shocked me when, one Friday evening, I stepped out of my apartment ready to attend one of our weekly brainstorming sessions, only to see T's apartment door open a crack. Only darkness spilled from within, and I didn't want to enter without permission, so I just said, "Hello?" through the gap. No answer, although I was sure that I heard movement inside. The door was open. Someone could be in trouble, I thought. That was just sort of a justification enough to take a peek inside, right? And I turned on the flashlight app on my phone, but covered it with my palm just in case. And when I stepped inside, it was completely pitch black in there. I raised my phone, warning whoever was in there that I was about to light up the room, and then I slowly moved my hand away from the lens. I was not prepared for what I saw. The room was entirely bare. The walls and floor were sealed in plastic wrap. You know, the kind that they use in Dexter or some serial killer movies when they're about to kill someone in a room and don't want to leave blood splatter. And that wasn't the creepy part, though. The real creepy part was the statue that stood in the center of the room. It wasn't some kind of horror mannequin. It wasn't some horrific effigy of myself or anything else in the building. It was a classic-looking statue of the Holy Mother Mary, the kind that you find in a Catholic church. The only strange thing about her was that instead of a normal face, she'd been painted up to look like, of all things, a mime. I can't explain it, but I was absolutely certain that the statue was watching me. I was certain somehow that Triple T was the statue. The statue was Triple T. I took a tentative step forward and tapped the Mary statue. It was porcelain, and against my better judgment, I started to reach up and touch the face. It looked like flesh, and it looked so much like human flesh. My finger tap dancing. He's really big in the finger tap dancing community. Humans have a tendency to believe their brains, but our brains are not fact processors. They are survival machines, so if something, a new fact perhaps, threatens our current belief system, our brains go into fight or flight, and it no longer is about rationality and logic. It's about comforting your unsteady spirit, but abstract understanding is not dangerous. It cannot hurt you. Exactly, Sonomi. So now you understand my perspective towards politics and observing people on the left and right, is that they are so wildly protective of that identity within those internal in-group beliefs. It's really, at the end of the day, no different than religion. Enjoy the rest of the streams after catch one. It's been much fun. Hey, see ya, Soups. Good to see ya. Those stupid finger skateboards and later BMX bikes, remember those? I do. I always like to think of like niche little pointless skilled communities such as those, like somebody who has like finger skateboards, and then like, I don't know, I just imagine you're like 9 years old and for some reason you decided to get into like finger skateboarding, and then as you, for whatever reason, were able to find in like probably New York City, a finger tech deck, you know, skateboarding club, there's like some fucking 27-year-old dude there who like is like the best around, and he's so fucking good, mom and dad. It's like insane, like everything he does. But then there's like people who have like beef with him or something, is like pissed that they're not as good as he is. And I just always enjoy the idea of like internalized like beefing between like really niche, pointless communities. One of which I always thought would be the funniest was be in like Overwatch, the Mercy community. Like there's like these people who just like own mainly girls, you know, but they only play Mercy, right? They sit there and they're like an e-girl, and all they do is pocket somebody playing Mercy all day, every day. And I was just imagining they're part of like some niche internet community where it's just a series of just like really, really talented Mercies, and they just sit there and talk about like how jealous they are of like queen bees, or, you know, they always have names like XX Bunny, BUNNIXX, or some stupid shit. And I just like to imagine that they all have like some sort of issue with one another, and the fact like, oh my god, her movement tech is so insane. I'll never be as good as her movement tech. Sorry. All of these things I'm saying right now, I don't think a single person here would even relate or give a shit about, but something about it is very entertaining to my hypothetical brain. Mainly girls? Yeah, I don't really think a lot of guys were not really big fans of playing Mercy because she was like pretty boring and didn't really require a lot of shooting, though her pistol was pretty strong, especially if she got nanoed, dude. She was fucking insane. X_bunny_X. Yeah, it was always the exact same fucking name, dude. It was so weird. I stream games, so I know what you're talking about. Yeah, it's silly. Anyways. It looked like flesh, and it looked so much like human flesh. My fingertips were less than an inch away, and I was about to touch it. I was about to touch TTT. And then I heard a noise in the room behind me. It was sort of like a muffled cry, like the word help. And I snatched my hand back from that statue and hurried to the door directly behind the statue. It was the only door in the room. And before trying to open it, I called out, "Hello," again. No response. I grabbed the door handle and twisted it. The door was locked, but the moment I twisted the doorknob, I heard a loud, shattering crash behind me. Now, quickly whipping around, I saw the Mother Mary statue shattering and collapsing to the floor. I had no idea what to do. I had just destroyed some Oh. I feel like I should have said that much more emphasis. Christianity community is a wide range of different beliefs and religions, all claiming to be Christian under the same basic belief of Christ, but all interpret the Bible differently. That's true too, yeah. There's all sorts of... Like, dude, my one friend, he's like obsessed with Orthodox Christianity, right? And you guys might be loosely familiar with like Russian Orthodox Christianity. But like, I swear to God, he's always like trying to fucking, you know, make me feel bad that I don't go to his Orthodox Christian church. You know, that why men are all switching to Orthodox, like why, you know, this and that, or like why it's superior, like, and you ask him why, and he just like has like, there's really no fucking explanation as to why his particular subsect is somehow, somehow better than the other ones, or like leads you to the forgiving concepts and acceptance of Christ or whatever, you know? And I try to ask him, I ask him all the time, I'm like, dude, I want to go to your community. You seem like you have a lot of nice people there, whatever. But I've gone like 3 times. And if you ever want to be bored out of your fucking mind, go to a Christian Orthodox service, especially during like the ones that, I don't know, like the special events. Some of them last for like 3 fucking hours. All of it is like you know, you're basically sing-songing prayers, right? You're like, and then God came down and he took a big sniff and he was like, what the fuck is that, bro? What's on your finger? You know, and it's just like, how am I supposed to know that song? You guys all seem like you've been practicing for 50 years. And I'm just supposed to show up and you're like, no, you just do it. You just do it. And it's like, so you're just supposed to feel incredibly weirdly awkward with no sort of like connection to God or sense of spiritual release or chills down your spine or whatever you're looking for. And no hot babes. No, you know what I mean? Like, what's the point? And then you'll get no answer. And somehow you're the bad guy for asking questions. You told me you could relate to my sentiment that I don't believe in God, but believe in being a good... Oh, you guys are yelling at each other. My older generation was very Roman Catholic, especially grandparents. My parents didn't force it really. Yeah, I remember going to a Roman Catholic funeral, and that was kind of similar to the Orthodox thing, but just probably equally boring. In today's service, we're going to talk about Jesus. Again, I know, shocking. Yeah, right. Guess what we're going to talk about today? It is crazy. It's crazy to think in like some weird ways, like in society, we could have just ended up with anything. We could have got anything as like the thing that we go do on Sunday and do it consistently and feel like abstractly guilty when we don't do it or fail or whatever. And in many ways, so many other philosophies could have potentially been substantially more satisfying for one's sense of reality. Almost like, imagine if every person in America wasn't like loosely guilty or feeling guilty because of their associations with Christianity towards like sex or lust or, you know, I don't know, greed or the desire for like certain, like, what, you know, what if you didn't feel guilty about like various quote unquote sins? It's almost like everyone would just kind of like not care. Maybe they would still look for it. Who knows? Maybe it's like in the same way that like bonobos were like very prone towards anger and in-group preference and all that kind of stuff, distrust, etc. Maybe in the same way we're also just like innately prone towards like worship and but also guilt and spirituality. Just, I don't know, who fucking knows? Am I Baptist? I did go to a Baptist church a lot, yeah, but I don't really care, you know, about denominations. Divine Jupiter with a 5 says, think about this. If Jesus is the incarnation of God in human form that we perceive, if there is intelligence out there, do they have their own Jesus? Yeah, you would need like, if there was other aliens and shit on other planets, you would need like 50,000 Jesuses. Who knows? Maybe he went to all the other planets. Because honestly, like when you think about it, if there's only like one Jesus and then the creator God, now maybe we didn't need to hear about all the other planets and Jesuses. It would just confuse things and turn into some space shit. But it really ends up generating that concept that there's just like a very centralized vision of Earth, you know, like we're the only ones that matter ever. And as far as we can kind of tell, right now it kind of seems that way. Because they don't, you know, they really don't want to tell us too much about aliens or whatever. Do I celebrate Kwanzaa? Yeah, usually. I get blacked out, drunk. We're all supposed to just focus on our own walk. Yeah, whatever. I'm gonna go stalk my crush now. See y'all Sunday. All right, see you, T. Go say hi to him or something. I passed out in church in 4th grade because I was so scared to tell the teacher how tired I was. Yeah, it stinks. Where do I get my stories? People send them in. Let's read submissions at gmail.com. God isn't Santa. Since when? It doesn't bring me presents. I realize now that the real Santa is just Jeff Bezos. He literally sends me presents. He knows a lot about me. If I'm bad, he can turn off my Amazon account. Why don't people believe in Shiva? Probably just like a cultural dissemination, you know, outward, right? It's like, how did the current power structures extend from Rome and then adopting Christianity and all that kind of stuff? I mean, it really is just like by association. And there was no crossover with like the Roman Empire in its current form. And in the same way, like why does Turkey believe in Islam? Why does, like, all those areas believe in Islam? Why does anything believe? Why does India believe in whatever various subdivisions? Or, it's really just history. Didn't even realize you're a real guy. Gonna flip Bliss to a vid of Sleep Any Rex. Maybe the one about the Library of Babel. Raised Baptist and Pentecostal, I decided to become non-denominational, or to turn denominational because I decided to focus on my own personal faith and not worry about other people doing theirs. Yeah, it seems totally fine, because am I live? Yeah, we live, baby. The door was locked, but the moment I twisted the door open, I heard a loud, shattering crash behind me. Quickly whipping around, I saw the Mother Mary statue shattering and collapsing to the floor. I had no idea what to do. Had I just destroyed some priceless artifact? I walked up to that debris as carefully as I could, and the face was just laying there, and I'd been right. It was skin, sort of. It was a latex ball with Mary's face painted on it, and then a voice spoke from an unseen speaker somewhere in the room. I am TTT. This is art. You are the art. Please leave. And so I left. I left and ran down the stairs and cursed myself a million times for not filming what I'd just seen. I told everyone what had happened, and we all rushed upstairs. Fuck. What language is this? Let's look it up. Are Americans not sleeping? No, it's 2 a.m. right now. Not me, at least. Am I made of skin and bones? Let's see. What's this say? Oh, it's Korean. I see. I see. If I could interject, a quick sidestep to the combo. Please check out Ace Fail Horror by favorite author Jeffrey Walker if you like horror podcasts. Okay, yeah, what's that about? Oh, now it's Chinese. What the hell? Korean Chinese? You can't switch it up on us. Unless the Koreans and the Chinese both say ha-ha the same way. Ha-ha. Laughter is universal, guys. I told everyone what had happened, and we all rushed upstairs, but TTT's door was once again locked. And once again, I was certain that we all stood there watching with... My God, I'm gonna fucking die. I'm going to die. Okay, another last translation. Korea is not like China. No, I know. Can you write in English though? If that would be swell. And once again, I was certain that as we all stood there, someone was watching us through that peephole. And 2 days later, there was a small portable safe left outside of TTT's apartment, and the same guys in suits came to collect it. 2 days later after that, I received a gilded invitation in the mail to attend a private showing at Gallery Redacted before it opened to the public, and the invite was from Triple T themselves. Of course, I went, hoping to meet the reclusive sculptor. No such luck. Triple T's agent was there and informed me that Triple T's final piece was being unveiled that night. Unlike all their other pieces, it was a video. It was a video showing me entering the apartment, a black bar across my face to protect my identity, and it showed me from various camera angles and camera rolls. I believe in God and Jesus lately, though. I've been feeling like I'm doing something right, not doing something right, because I've had insane bad luck following angel numbers for understanding, feeling kind of wiped out. I never really understood angel numbers within the realm of like Christianity, because I don't think there's anything in the Bible that like mentions anything about like angelic numbers to follow or anything of that nature. Femininity Ascension. Welcome to the Buttersalt Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Can I whisper for a little bit? Alright. It showed me from across various camera angles. Cameras that must have been in the walls, in the ceiling. And then it showed me from the perspective of Mother Mary's eyes. And for a second, just a few frames, the sensor bar disappeared and my face was replaced by that of a skull. Then it showed me rushing for the door, and there, the camera split into two joint shots. One showed me turning the doorknob, the other showed the statue trembling and collapsing, clearly triggered by some kind of mechanism in the door. Then the rest mostly played out how I described it. Except I fucking saw him jerking off in the back. He was fucking straight up beating his meat. He was straight up stroking his hog, oink oink style. And to me, that was the weirdest part of all, as that I didn't know what to feel. Should I feel scared? It felt almost welcoming as he was crooned over, looking like fucking Gollum in The Ring. And so I sucked his little pig cock. Alright, never mind. Do I have dimples? I don't know, just on my lower back. That are pierced. Oh, fuck. Unlike all their other pieces, it was a video. It was a video showing me entering the apartment, a black bar across my face to protect my identity. It showed me from various camera angles, cameras that must have been hidden in the walls, in the ceiling, and then it showed me from the perspective of Mother Mary's eyes. And for a second, just a few frames, the sensor bar disappeared and my face was replaced by that of a skull. And then it showed me rushing for the door, and here, the camera split into two joint shots, one showing me turning the doorknob, the other showed the statue trembling and collapsing, clearly triggered by some kind of mechanism in the door. Then the rest mostly played out how I described it. Except as I picked up Mother Mary's head, again the sensor bar disappeared from my face and this time briefly showed an angel, like a Greek sculpture. And the final shot of the video was simply text saying, "Life is clay, and you are all my sculpture. Goodbye, TTT." And that was the only time the video was shown. Now I tried to track down a copy for this last year, and if anyone out there has any leads at all, please let me know in the comments. I don't know if Triple T counts as a neighbor from hell or a neighbor from heaven in this situation like this, or if I'm the neighbor from hell in this story, but holy crap. This was the creepiest and most bizarre thing to happen to me, and I am obsessed with getting a copy of this video. If anyone has any leads or anyone, please come. Yeah, whatever. Let me just probably remove that entire part. Whisper. Ever heard of Horror Shorts Party? No. This TTT sounds like a skin suit, skin tape lady YouTube short from many years ago. Forgot the channel name. Never heard of it. Please weed whispering. Hey Joel, as a cult leader, I need your perspective. I am a former cult member from an abusive Muslim cult. Hope you prevent yourself from becoming an abusive manipulator of power over your parishes. Wait, is that what you're doing? Are you gonna start your own cult or something? I'm sorry you had to go through that, though. That does sound scary. That was the only time the video was shown. I've tried to track down a copy for this last year. If anyone out there has any leads at all, please let me know in the comments. But holy crap, this was the creepiest and most bizarre thing to happen to me, and I am obsessed with getting a copy of this video. If anyone has any leads, anyone at all, please comment. I need to see it again. I need to understand why Triple T was trying to say this and what it says about me. All the other artists in the boarding houses have theories, and I'll leave you to make up your own. But there's one thing I've learned from all of this, one universal truth that speaks to us all in our very soul. Artists are freaking weird, man. Joel, are you allergic to extreme levels of success? What? What is that? That's like low-key trying to say that I'm poor and I should be dead? Question mark? Are you saying that I'm not a really good mercy main? A good mercy pocket for you? You're thinking about starting one? Yeah, I mean, if you can do your entire cult from the internet, it makes it a lot easier not to kill anybody, I guess. Can you open and close lids into the mic? Crinkle some paper, or maybe typing would be great too. Let me see here. Open some lids. Where the fuck am I gonna get a lid? Alright, here's a little bit of a lid for you.
This is called Diet fucking Sprite. This is called Diet Sprite. This is called Diet Sprite, and it makes your mitochondria in your eye go fucking haywire. And by the time you're 56, you'll be blind as a poop bat, hanging from the ceiling, going beep, 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 beep.
Alright, next. Next fucking ASMR. Everyone quiet down. I'm about to do ASMR. Get comfortable. I placed a bomb on the bridge. There's a big bomb on the bridge. Don't go over the bridge tomorrow. Because it'll explode. Alright, I can't do too many of those. Oh, wait, here you go. This one's good for you guys. You fucking weirdos. You ready for this? Wait, no. No, that doesn't work. It doesn't work. It has to work. It has to. Am I gay? You'll find out. This is the sound of something coming out of a hole. This is me after a big night of being gay. Oh, how'd that get in there? Weep. Oh, that one wasn't good. Alright. Look what you guys are making me do. What the fuck is this? My dad just walked in and now I'm embarrassed. Now he's gonna beat my ass later. He heard all of that. Oddly enough, he's asleep and in the corner. I guess ASMR does work. Let's read the outro and get the frick out of here. Before you have me eating noodles out of a crock pot. Don't hurt my father. Do I remember the party line? Wait, what party line? We have to stick to the party line. Everybody's going to be talking in Korean in the chat soon. Just get ready. What is a woman? Women is fucking hot. Fucking sexy cool. Alright guys, think of something funny for me to say at the end. And it can't be disparaging of anybody little. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon. Fuck. Just ended there. I'm so embarrassed. I just burped my pants. Can you do a deep dive about Alfred Kinsey? What's he about? Is he nice? You do a deep dive and he just works as a janitor at a school, goes home and just kind of like drinks beer and falls asleep, doesn't really do anything. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations, located anywhere you listen to podcasts. And I also have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul. All links in the description below. So thank you so much, friends, and I'll see you again soon. God is a hermit crab. Okay, and remember, ride your mountain bike with the seat off. That's what they made me do at my cult. It was crazy. Thanks so much, friends. And remember to ride your mountain bike with the seat off. Oh boy. How do you spell the other channel? It's just Saturn space Soul. Saturn space SU or SOUL. But yeah, dude, the last Saturn Soul video did not do well at all. It got like way less, you know, it is what it is. One step at a time. Anyways, guys, thanks for hanging out. I'm gonna go ahead and get these up and edited over on Patreon. How can you speak the English well? Well, like in typing, what you could do is take, you know, the Korean that you write, right? And then put that into ChatGPT to like just translate it to good English, right? Proper English. And there's varying types of English too, you know? It's like you got English in the UK, English in the United States, English in Bangladesh. But yeah, you can just get the internet to do it for you. But at the same time, if you're actually trying to learn, you might want to, I mean, it's totally up to you. You can take some classes and stuff, probably around online classes as well. Hey, Strass Outdoors, thank you for the big 20, my friend. Don't leave me. All right, what do you want me to do? I'll do one more thing, and then we got to get going. English is stupid. Yeah, but it's what we all speak. Well, I guess you know Spanish, so maybe the Korean chatter can learn Spanish and then move to Mexico. On your Saturn Soul page, does it have that saying on your banner? Which saying was it? Or what saying? Saying. Saturn. Saturn Solia. I should probably have it say like human red or something like that. This podcast is sponsored by water. Anyways, love you guys, appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out. I'm going to go get this edited up over on Patreon. It's only $1 a month over there for early access. You know the deal. You can get it before everybody else. Otherwise, it'll be up on YouTube, same time, same place. But let's read. 9 p.m. EST. It is currently Wednesday. New podcasts come out every Tuesday on the Let's Read podcast. If you want to listen to it over there, it sounds a lot better sometimes. And they're longer episodes. So, otherwise, guys, follow me on my Instagram at letsread.official to be kept up to date when I go live. Everybody's typing in Korean. I can't understand it. That's okay. I'll just assume that you're all clapping. Peace, salutations, bacon grease, love, and all of that cool stuff, guys. Have a great night. Have a great day tomorrow, wherever you are on Earth. And I will see you again soon, back streaming on Sunday, most likely. Okay. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye.